All right, good morning. It's Wednesday, January 5th, 2011. The Commission has set this time for an evidentiary hearing in the matter of the small company rate increase of Timber Creek Sewer Company, which is file number SR-2010-0320. My name is Harold Steerley, and I'm the presiding officer over this hearing today. Our court reporter is Tracy Taylor. And we will begin by taking entries of appearance, starting with Timber Creek Sewer Company.
On behalf of the company, Timber Creek Sewer Company, Jeremiah Finnegan, Finnegan, Conrad, and Peterson, 3100 Broadway, Suite 1209, Kansas City, Missouri, 64111.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Finnegan. For the Office of the Public Counsel.
Thank you. Christina Baker, P.O. Box 2230, Jefferson City, Missouri, 65102, appearing on behalf of the Office of the Public Counsel and the ratepayers.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. And for the staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission.
Jamie Ott, on behalf of the staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission, P.O. Box 360, Jefferson City, Missouri, 65102.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Ott. And for starters, as always, I'd like to ask that everyone would please turn off all cell phones, Blackberries, electronic devices. Those devices can interfere with our webcasting and our recordings. I'd appreciate it if you turn those off. I don't believe we have any pending motions or matters before the Commission for this case, so I'm going to quickly run through our witness list. For Timber Creek, we have Derek Sherry, staff, James Bush, Nyla Hagemeyer, Martin Hummel, Brett Pringer, V. William Harris, and for the Office of Public Counsel, Ted Robertson. Did I miss anyone? Right. And were the parties wanting to present evidence on a issue-by-issue basis today? It's my understanding Mr. Sherry has some commitments tomorrow, so I'd like to be able to complete his testimony today. Or is it acceptable just to have each witness address whichever issues they are going to address whenever they're on the stand?
I think either way is fine with public counsel.
Same as staff.
Okay. All right. Sometimes I've had people ask us to go issue by issue, so I just wanted to be sure. And preliminarily, just to kind of get this out of the way, I did want, I guess I can have staff offer the two stipulations and the reconciliation into evidence, if we could mark those as exhibits. I guess we could mark the unanimous partial stipulation as Exhibit 1 and the unanimous stipulation on undisputed facts as 2. And the reconciliation is Exhibit 3.
I'm sorry, I missed. What's Exhibit 1 and 2?
Exhibit 1 would be the unanimous partial stipulation. And 2 would be the unanimous stipulation of undisputed facts.
Thank you.
And I'm assuming no party would be objecting to the admission of those exhibits. Hearing none, they will be admitted and received into evidence. I did have a couple of real quick questions about the unanimous stipulation on undisputed facts, just to clear up, and then we'll proceed with opening statements. In paragraph 6, it's noted that this agreement, this stipulation notes that the partial agreement resolved all of the issues in this matter except for the 5 issues that have been identified by the parties. And I just wanted to confirm that.
That is correct.
Okay.
I believe the only thing that connects with some of these is payroll tax had an issue, and then there was some workers' comp and insurance that was also in the companies.
And that comes in with the payroll issue itself then? Okay. With regard to that unanimous partial stip, then there were a couple items I didn't see in there, and I just wanted to make sure the parties were all in agreement on. Are all the parties in agreement on the company's rate base as it's laid out in staff's accounting schedules?
Yes.
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 Okay. And are all the parties in agreement as to the capital structure that's laid out in the staff's accounting schedules?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's all I needed for clarification. I appreciate that. If there's no other preliminary matters, then we can go ahead and begin with opening statements, starting with Timber Creek.
May it please the Commission, I represent Timber Creek Sewer Company, which is unusual for me in a rate case, but here I am. It's a small utility rate case proceeding, and although it started off small, I think we've got 7 witnesses in this case, so it's kind of an oxymoron to call it a small utility rate case because it's a pretty good-sized case, but it's a small utility. They have 1,526 customers. They've grown from 47 when they started in 1995. The issues in this case, the case came about basically because of 2 things. One, the increases in the PSC assessment for this company and for all sewer companies. All other utility groups other than the sewer utilities have an assessment of less than 1%. Some are really low. But for sewer companies, they've gone from 6 to 11, and I think it's 9.3 for next year. But that's percentage. It's pretty substantial, and it basically took all the profit away from this company, and that's one of the reasons it's here. The other is because the electric rates have been increasing substantially over the years, plus just other general cost increases. The issues, after trying to work this out, came down that there were certain issues that could not be resolved, and basically the first one was the appropriate level of salaries and overtime to be included in this case, and the question of whether or not timesheets would be provided by the company in the future. And with respect to the timesheets, this company is in agreement that it would be willing to do the timesheets, but it's concerned because of an overtime issue. It has 2 employees which it believes may possibly be subject to, would no longer be exempt from under the Federal Labor Standards Act, and would be required to be paid overtime. And the concern was, by having timesheets, they've got the evidence to come before a court and say, I've worked overtime, here's the proof, and I wasn't paid, and I'm not in the exempt class. And even if they should not succeed, it would cost the company something like $20,000 or $30,000 in legal fees to fight something like that. So that was the concern as to whether or not we would be required to do timesheets. And we were asking for overtime for the two employees. One is the plant collection system operator, and the other is the office manager. They both presently perform overtime duties, and they are not paid for it because we don't pay overtime at this point. But with the timesheets, we plan to be paying overtime, and will pay overtime. The question of salaries is a pretty subjective issue as to the dollars, and we'll see this, that most of it comes in as opinion as to where this should be pegged. But we are feeling that we are below market at this time, and that we want to get the company that only has 4 employees to get them up to the level that they should be being paid, commensurate with what their duties are. The next issue is the issue of the rate case, the appropriate rate case expense, and this is kind of an ongoing matter at this point. The staff started with the last rate case and tried to come up with some figures for that case as a surrogate for what the cost would be in this case, but I believe now we are moving to what is actually going to be the cost in this case, and we're going to be getting in our cost to the staff and to everybody as fast as possible. The other issue is the seeking a cost for exploratory alternative energy source. In recent years, Timber Creek drilled an exploratory gas well in an effort to offset electricity costs and trying to find gas in the property. There's gas in the area, in the Platte County area, and they'd hope that they would find some on the property. They spent some $10,000 in trying to get this, but they, after drilling quite a way down to the ground, they decided to stop and cap the well because there was no gas appearing. They spent $10,849 on this, and what we're seeking is not to recover that, but a allocation of cost in that amount over a 3-year period, to recover over a 3-year period, to continue seeking alternative energy sources to help offset the cost of the utility, which of course is passed on to the ratepayer at the next rate case. The other issue is the issue of the PSC assessment, and as a result of the big increases in the PSC assessment over the last 3-year period, from the last time that the PSC assessment was set in this for the rates for this company, they have paid over $45,902 in PSC assessment costs that were not recovered, and we're seeking to recover that amount, $15,301 a year over a period of 3 years, which is 3 into 45,902. And until something happens, there's a working case on small sewer and water companies, their problems. But until something is resolved in that case, we're seeking to pass through the the PSC assessment as a separate line item, not be a part of the cost of service, but be treated much like gross receipts taxes and franchise fees, which are not a tax on the customer, but they are a tax on the utility, and much the same way the PSC assessment is a tax on this utility. And it varies. It's been going up and down each year, and the fact that we're here in this rate case is going to actually increase the cost of that assessment for everybody in the sewer utility, because that's how it's determined, by how much work the staff does and in dealing with sewer companies. So not only are we're asking for rate case expenses, but there is also going to be an increase in the sewer assessment, and the PSC assessment probably as a result of participating in this case, and as many other rate cases come down the line. So what we are seeking is to pass this through in the future to the ratepayers as a separate item, and on the bill, and identified as such. And then the final issue is a contingency emergency repair fund. The question is, we want to be authorized a contingency in the amount of 50 cents a month for a period of per customer for a period of 19 years to reach a goal that Mr. Sherry has worked out based on the probability of the large items failing over a period of time without having anything to be able to pick it up and pay the cost of it. Just this last Sunday, a pump station failed in a very strategic location. It was in a park with a walking trail, and it blew off the cone, which is about a 5-foot concrete and dome with a sewer lid on top, blew it off, and forced all the sewage out into the area there, and I'm sure the walkers were not real happy with this, as well as the DNR. It's been reported. We're in the process of it. Mr. Sherry's been checking on it from here. In fact, he had a call at 2:30 this morning to see what the status of it is. But just one of the items that we believe is a result of the control panel failing. And the last time the control panel failed was like 3 years ago, cost about $10,000 to replace. So this is one of these contingencies that you can't expect, but you can expect, but you don't know when to expect it. And so the idea is to create a separate fund and to set up a certain amount in there and to recover this in the rates over the next period of time, and so that there would be a fund segregated just for contingencies and emergency repairs. One of the things that I would like to point out, that in the statutes, section 393-270, subsection 5, which says, in determining the price to be charged for sewer service, the Commission may consider all facts which in its judgment have any bearing upon a proper determination of the question, although not set forth in the complaint and not within the allegation contained therein, with due regard, among other things, to a reasonable average return upon the value of the property actually used in the public service, which is kind of different than what it is for other utilities, gas, electric, and water, because they're to a reasonable average return upon capital actually expended. There must be a difference, but I don't know if it's been treated as such, but that's not an issue at this point. But the issue is this, upon the reasonable return upon the value of the property actually used in the public service, and to the necessity of making reservations out of income for surplus and contingencies. So the statute authorizes the Commission to allow a contingency. And we think this is a very important one. The company, if you look, the company's rate base is very small. It's a small company. Coming up with an extra $10,000 here or there is going to be a very difficult task to do without something like a contingency fund. So basically, that's the 5 issues that we have at this time, and we're hoping that the Commission will give us a good hearing on this and see if they can't come up with something to help us out.
Any questions for Mr. Finnegan? Thank you very much, Mr. Finnegan.
Thank you.
Opening statement from staff.
Good morning. May it please the Commission. My name is Jamie Ott, and I'm here today on behalf of the staff of the Missouri Public Service Commission. As identified, parties were able to resolve the majority of this case through the small rate case process, as identified through the unanimous partial disposition agreement back in October. Mr. Finnegan has identified the 5 issues that remain in this case: the salaries, overtime, and timesheets, rate case expense, the alternative energy natural gas well, the Public Service Commission assessment, and the contingency emergency repair fund. Staff witness Brett Pringer has provided testimony and is here today to discuss the appropriate level of salary and overtime to be included in Timber Creek's rates. Mr. Pringer has researched and evaluated Timber Creek's employees' current salaries and determined what an appropriate, just, and reasonable rate to be included in their cost of service based on market price, job duties, to be a collective amount of $245,441. Further, Mr. Pringer and Ms. Hagemeyer have provided testimony that Timber Creek should be required to document all of its employees' time, not just the 2 that Timber Creek is saying are non-exempt employees that might qualify for overtime. Timekeeping is a management tool that fosters efficiencies and effectiveness in the corporation, as well as it enables a company to establish and track trends in workload and company projects that could result in the need for additional workforce, a reduction in workforce, or even more, it could identify problematic issues within the system in which the company is spending excess time working on above and beyond what was the normal course of business. Next, staff witness Bill Harris has filed testimony and is here to discuss the appropriate level of rate case expense and the appropriate level of PSC assessment that should be included in rates. Mr. Harris' testimony identifies expenses that are reasonable and prudent should be allowed in as rate case expense and should be amortized over 3 years. However, Mr. Harris does not believe that expenses related to a prior rate case are appropriate to be recovered in this current rate case. It is a violation of retroactive rate making and a prohibition on single issue rate making. And Timber Creek should be barred from recovering costs that related to its last rate case before the Commission. Mr. Harris also establishes that the appropriate level of PSC assessment should be $62,590, the amount Timber Creek has been assessed for the 2011 fiscal year, and not to go back and collect the fluctuations in PSC assessment since they were last allowed in their cost of service in the last rate case. The third issue is whether or not Timber Creek should be allowed to recover costs related to an exploratory alternative energy source or the continuation of the exploration of alternative energy. Staff expert Martin Hummel has filed testimony on the issue and is here to discuss why it is inappropriate to include in rates a highly speculative venture that the management decided to make and may continue to make and place the burden on ratepayers. The ratepayers have not received any benefit from Timber Creek's decision to explore the possibility of natural gas on its property, or they have not received a benefit from the potential of exploring an alternative energy source in their area. And therefore, the ratepayers should not have to bear the expense of the company making a management decision that was very speculative and did not foster results. The last two issues in this case relate to issues that are currently being explored in the Commission Workshop case WW 2009-0386. Staff expert James Bush filed testimony and is here to discuss why it's inappropriate to bring the issues of a PSC assessment pass-through and the creation of a contingency reserve fund before the Commission today. These issues are not ripe for Commission determination. The issues could result in a significant policy change, as well as potentially having to change current law. The PSC assessment is based upon statutory section 386-370. This section does not provide the Commission with the authority to place a separate line item on ratepayers' bills to charge them for the cost of the PSC assessment. Now, staff has stated that one day it could potentially support a contingency reserve fund. However, it cannot support one in this case today. It does not believe that Timber Creek has provided enough detail, information, and safeguards to ensure that it would be enforced properly and protect both the ratepayers and the shareholders. Further, if the Commission would create the PSC assessment pass-through or the contingency reserve fund in this case, it could result in many unintended consequences to the sewer industry, as well as all other utility industries in the state. It is more appropriate for the Commission, staff, Public Counsel, and the stakeholders to the workshop to continue vetting those issues out in that forum. In conclusion, the staff believes that it has included the most reasonable and appropriate levels of salary for the Timber Creek workforce, that the Commission should require all Timber Creek's employees to track employees' hours, that only reasonable and prudent rate case expense related to this case, and this case only, to be included in the cost of service. The Commission should disallow any expenses relating to speculative, exploratory, alternative energy sources, and that the Commission should not grant a PSC assessment pass-through or a contingency reserve fund for Timber Creek at this time. We hope that you will listen to our witnesses and support our position. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Ott?
I just have two quick questions, and they're mostly factual. The previous rate case was resolved by stipulation. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And then just one legal question. Mr. Finnegan cited a statutory reference about that he said authorizes contingency funds. Do you agree with his assessment? Whether or not we do it as a matter of policy is a separate question, but do you agree with his assessment that the statute authorizes us to do contingency funds if we so choose?
I do not believe so.
Okay. All right. Thanks. That's all I have.
Commissioner Jarrett, any questions?
I have no question.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Ott. Opening statement, Ms. Baker.
May it please the Commission. My name is Christina Baker, and I am here on behalf of the Office of the Public Counsel. As you've heard already, today you will hear evidence regarding the issues of compensation, overtime, timesheets, the exploratory gas well recovery, and future exploratory gas work, a contingency emergency repair fund, the PSC assessment amount and the pass-through, and the rate case expense. On the issue of compensation, overtime, and timesheets, Timber Creek has requested that the Commission authorize a total of $265,742 in compensation for its 4 positions of General Manager, Office Manager, Operations Manager, and PNC Systems Operator. The evidence will show that this amount of compensation is excessive, given the small size of the utility and the small number of customers. The evidence will show that rather than basing each employee's compensation on suitable market data for a utility of this size in the Kansas City area, Timber Creek first determined how much it would like to pay its employees and then sought out random information in an attempt to justify those amounts as just and reasonable. It is Public Counsel's position that the Commission should base its authorization of compensation on information provided in the Merrick Occupation Wages, Kansas City Region 2009, along with the verifiable additional support. In our position statement, we listed out what Public Counsel's position was on each of those positions for a total compensation of $190,543. On the issue of overtime, Timber Creek is requesting the inclusion of approximately $10,000 per year for overtime costs for the Office Manager and the PNC Systems Operator positions. However, the evidence will show that Timber Creek incurred no overtime during the test year for this rate case, and therefore the amount of overtime is pure estimation of future and unlikely expenses. It is Public Counsel's position that the Commission should not authorize the inclusion of any alleged or estimated overtime costs in the determination of the utility's annualized payroll. Also, Timber Creek opposes the requirement that it keep accurate timesheets for its employees. The evidence will show that keeping accurate timesheets is a normal business practice which protects both the utility and the employees. The evidence will also show that it is, and as Mr. Finnegan stated this morning, that basically their main issue with timesheets is because it might be used against them for how they classify their employees under the Fair Labor Standards. That is not an issue of the Commission, and it is inappropriate for the utility to say that it wants to hide behind not keeping timesheets so it doesn't have to meet with the Fair Labor Standards. So it is Public Counsel's position that the Commission should require Timber Creek to keep and implement time reporting. You've heard a lot about the exploratory gas well. We all know that the utility attempted to drill for gas, was unsuccessful, spent almost $11,000 doing so. Now they've come to the Commission asking that the $11,000 not necessarily be recovered, but that they get almost that amount back for future exploratory use. It is It is not an amount that is used and useful by the ratepayers. So therefore, it is Public Counsel's position that the Commission should deny the request for the recovery of the amount or for future money from the ratepayers for the exploratory gas well. And also, Public Counsel believes that the ratepayers should not be placed in a position to be the piggy bank for future speculatory gas drilling. For the Contingency Emergency Repair Fund, staff said it very plainly. There are no, the evidence will show that there are no protections, no specifics on what Timber Creek is asking for this emergency repair fund. The evidence will show that Timber Creek's estimation of future repairs is just a broad statement of what ifs and what may be's. The evidence will show that Timber Creek offers only statements of the money they wish to receive from the ratepayers, but offers no guidelines for operations, protections for the ratepayers, or consequences of abuse. The evidence will show that what Timber Creek is actually attempting to do is to transfer the risk of owning and operating a public utility onto the customer. So it is Public Counsel's position that the Commission should reject Timber Creek's request to establish an emergency contingency repair fund. On the issue of the PSC assessment, Timber Creek is asking the Commission to include not only the current PSC assessment amount of $62,590, but also an additional $45,902 normalized over 3 years, asking the customers to pay $19,391 per year for recovery of costs associated with PSC assessments from the previous or since the previous rate case. Timber Creek is also requesting that the Commission allow it to establish a pass-through surcharge for the assessment. The evidence will show that Timber Creek is attempting to recover past expenses which are beyond the test year and true up for this rate case, as therefore retroactive rate making. The evidence will also show that Timber Creek is attempting to gain Commission approval to initiate single issue rate making in regards to the request for the pass-through surcharge, which is prohibited in utility regulation. Therefore, it is Public Counsel's position that the Commission should authorize the inclusion of the current PSC assessment rate of $62,590, but reject the inclusion of the prior assessment expenses as well as the request for a pass-through surcharge. On the last issue of rate case expense, the evidence will show that some of the rate case expenses Timber Creek has incurred are just and reasonable to be recovered in rates. However, the evidence will also show that a significant portion of the rate case expense incurred has been merely for the benefit of Timber Creek and its wish to have face time with the Commission. The evidence will show what sets this case apart from a typical small company rate case procedure is Timber Creek's insistence that the case go to evidentiary hearing on issues which it was fully aware were in violation of prudent rate-making practices, such as single-issue rate-making, retroactive rate-making, improper risk shifting, and the recovery of costs to which there was no customer benefit. Therefore, it is Public Counsel's position that the Commission should authorize the inclusion of all prudent rate case expense associated with the current case, except for those attorney costs billed by the firm Finnegan, Conrad, and Peterson. And for those amounts, Public Counsel's position that the Commission should authorize an inclusion of 50% of the Finnegan, Conrad, Peterson costs, excluding certain mileage charges normalized over 3 years. At the time of the filing of the reconciliation in this case, this amounts to $8,691, which will be updated throughout the case, which Public Counsel believes the Commission should authorize as rate case expense. Overall, Public Counsel asks that the Commission set the rates for the customers of Timber Creek, which are just and reasonable and protective of the interests of the ratepayers. Thank you.
Any questions for Ms. Baker?
I just have two again, real quick. You stated that no overtime was incurred in the test year?
That's correct.
Is that undisputed, or is that, because I thought I heard Mr. Finnegan talk about some people performing overtime?
Staff witness also talks about the fact that there was no rate case, no overtime expense during the test year.
Now, and then just a quick follow-up question. If they're not doing timesheets and everybody's salaried, how do we know that no overtime was incurred? Or that outside the normal 9 to 5, 40-hour work week?
There have been data requests that have gone to the company.
So,
And if they had paid out overtime at more than, a time and a half, that would have been on their books.
okay. But I guess just to be clear, did the fact that public counsel, the staff agrees that no overtime had been incurred, does the company agree with that?
I think you'll have to ask Mr. Finnegan.
Okay, we can get to that then. And then secondly, I'll ask you the same question I asked Ms. Ott, is public counsel's objection to the contingency fund based on the lack of protections, or is it based on the fact that they don't believe that it's statutorily authorized?
We don't believe that it is statutorily authorized, because what it comes down to is single issue rate making, where if you have a contingency fund that is collected each month from the customers, it's not used and useful, it's not attached into the rate base of the utility itself. It's a separate fund.
So you disagree with Mr. Finnegan's interpretation
Yes,
of the
we do.
statute? Okay, thank you. That's all I have.
Commissioner Jarrett?
Yeah, Ms. Baker, I just wanted to clarify what Commissioner Gunn had asked. Are you saying that there was no overtime expense incurred, or are you saying that none of the employees worked over 40 hours a week?
May I let Mr. Robertson answer that, since he's the one who the testimony, or should I get the exact answer from him?
If he's got it, I'm just trying to clarify.
Right,
We're getting a little ahead.
Right, at this point, he's not sworn in. I can swear him in for purposes of this
All right.
question.
Well, I guess I'll ask that question later then.
Yeah, I do believe that will hinge on a lot of the decision in that particular issue.
Thank you, Ms. Baker. All right, we can begin with witness examination then. Mr. Finnegan, you may call your witness.
Okay, I'd like to call Derek Sherry to the stand, please.
And Mr. Sherry, if you'd please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may be seated.
Sherry, will you state your name, please?
My name is Derek Sherry,
And by whom are you employed?
Timber Creek Sewer Company.
Are you the Derek Sherry who prepared direct rebuttal and sewer rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes.
And do you have that before you?
Yes.
Looking at those, well, let me ask you, is there exhibit number 4 to that? Is that the direct testimony of Derek Sherry?
Yes.
Okay. And was exhibit number 5 the rebuttal testimony of Derek Sherry?
Yes.
And is exhibit number 6 the sewer rebuttal testimony of Derek Sherry?
I don't have that one.
Oh.
Maybe I do. Yes, I do.
Is that correct?
Correct.
And was this prepared by you or under your supervision and control?
Yes.
And if the questions were asked of you today, would they be the same?
Yes.
And would your responses be the same as they were then?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to any of the testimony,
I think we found one.
the sewer rebuttal testimony?
We found one correction in the sewer rebuttal testimony on page. 6, isn't it?
6.
Line,
16.
yep, 16. It should say increase rates where it says with, it should say without the approval of the commission.
So that's page 6, line 16.
The draft.
There's the word
Sir, rebuttal.
server bubble. So that would read, after all, a utility may not increase rates without the approval of the commission.
Correct.
And is there any further use to add on these testimony duty?
Not at this time.
At this time, I'd like to offer testimony to the record, exhibits 4, 5, and 6. It's under Mr. Sherry for cross-examination.
All right, any objections to the offering of exhibits 4, 5, and 6?
I would like to object to Schedule DS-10 in the SIR rebuttal. It's a unverified PowerPoint presentation from an unknown, well, an entity, not a party to this case, with nobody here to attest to the veracity of it.
Mr. Finnegan, your response.
My response, Your Honor, is this is from the Johnson County wastewater website. The staff has brought in the Johnson County wastewater into this case is to determine cost and payroll. So I think this is relevant and should be presented.
The information staff brought in from Johnson County is certified by the custodian of records of Johnson County wastewater. I don't believe this is a certified document.
Mr. Finnegan, are you able to lay some foundation for this schedule with your witness?
Yes, I can.
All right, you may proceed.
Mr. Sherry, do you have before you schedule DS-10 to exhibit 6?
Yes.
And where did you obtain this?
If you go to Johnson County's legislative site, where they publish all of the county commission meeting minutes and presentations that occur as part of a normal course of business, that legislative site has all the county budgets, presentations that happen in that public forum, and this was downloaded directly from that site.
And the purpose that you're using this exhibit for, or this schedule, is to show the cost structure implication?
Yes. What we were doing is looking at various wastewater utilities within the Kansas City area. Johnson County was one of those, is looking at it from a payroll perspective. So the information here was to take a look at other utilities and payroll as it relates to their budget. So this was a document that was presented as part of the county commission and reviewing Johnson County wastewater's operation and maintenance and budgeting rate case kind of issues that they were faced with. And the presentation talks about operation and maintenance expense and personnel cost. So it gives a very good view of a large utility, how much personnel costs are associated with that utility.
And what is that amount?
The amount is what's I think important about this is that it takes away from size and scale of the utility and looks at personnel cost as it relates to providing the service. And what it shows is that 41% of their personnel cost goes towards operation and maintenance expense.
And this is a public record.
Yes, yeah, you could download it. You could go on site today and find this document.
All right, thank you, Mr. Finnegan. Ms. Ott.
Just for the record, staff did not bring in Johnson County. Timber Creek did it in its direct case, and then staff went and found the certified copies only as a response to Timber Creek bringing it up in their direct.
All right. In light of the foundation Mr. Finnegan has just explored with his witness, does your objection still remain?
It does. It's still not verified. It doesn't have a date, which this was pulled from the website. I still don't believe it's a certified document.
Okay.
It doesn't show that the URL at the bottom in what date the search was done on.
Right. The objection will be overruled. There's a sufficient indicia of reliability to the document that can be verified by public access. Any other objections to the omissions of Exhibits 4, 5, and 6? Hearing none, they shall be received and admitted into the record. Cross-examination, beginning with staff.
Hey, staff, cross from council table.
Yes, you may remain at council table if you wish.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sherry. Could you please turn to page 3, line 7 of your slur rebuttal? Yes.
Okay.
When you're addressing Mr. Pringer's individual salary per customer cost, it identifies that Platte County has 3,200 customers and 10 employees, and then it identifies Timber Creek has 1,526 customers and 4 employees. Isn't that a similar ratio of employees per customer?
It's not, because if you look at if it goes on to the percentages, that Regional Sewer District is 209% and they have 250% more staff, so the ratios are different.
But in terms of, if you would take, it's 320 to 1 to about 380 to 1. That's pretty close in terms of employees to customer ratio. Could you agree with that?
No, I mean, I would not agree with that, because the idea is that if the same amount of employees that Timber Creek has in the structure that we have was to serve 3,200, we would, in essence, if you did a straight line, we would double our staff, 4 to 8, and Platte County has 10, so I can't agree with that ratio.
Did Timber Creek issue any salary increases in the year 2010
They did not.
for any employee?
Did not.
Does Timber Creek plan on issuing any salary increases for the year 2011?
That decision has not been made yet.
When would that decision be made?
It'll be made on the outcome of this case, as well as a board meeting that will be upcoming.
So depending upon the outcome of the case, would each employee receive a salary increase?
At this time, the plan is not to give the operations manager a increase in salary, as I've stated in my testimony.
But you would be giving an increase to the general manager yourself,
Correct.
the office manager,
Correct.
and the assistant operator.
Correct.
Now, your Timber Creek's position is they're seeking approximately $20,000 increase in salaries in this case. Correct?
I believe so, if it's over and above what we've already agreed on.
And about $17,000 of that is attributed to your salary,
That sounds about right.
and only $3,000 attributed to the other 3 employees.
Correct. Actually, no, that's incorrect. The plant and system operator is currently at 40-some thousand, and we're asking for 49,000, so $9,000 would be for that position.
So then you're asking for more than $20,000 in a salary increase?
Let me get to my testimony.
Now, is that an increase from your direct testimony?
So what we're asking for is for the general manager salary to move to the $94,000 range. We're asking for the office manager to move to the 43,000. Let me get to the right page. We're asking for the plant and collection system operator to move from the 41,000 roughly to the 49,000, and we're asking to keep the operation manager the same.
So you don't believe the plant manager should receive a cost of living increase?
Not at this time.
Now, has Timber Creek implemented the payment of overtime since it had a discussion with staff back in September?
No, it has not.
When does Timber Creek plan on implementing the overtime policy?
Depending on the outcome of this case.
So are you saying you're not going to pay overtime if you don't like the outcome of this case?
No, if we're going to be required to pay, if we're going to be required to do timesheets, I'll have to start paying overtime.
Okay. How do you track trends in the Timber Creek sewer system?
I don't understand the question. I don't understand track trend.
How do you evaluate and determine different trends, like if a bunch of pumps are going out or equipment's going bad? How do you kind of keep a list to see if there's a trend, if something's happening every January or every September?
So we really maintain two systems. We have a work order system, which has now been automated to an asset management system that tracks failures or unscheduled events, or in this case, scheduled events that need to take place as far as the normal operation and maintenance of the system.
Could time reporting help you track trends?
Against the assets?
Or against maybe emergencies or there was pump failures or...
We record time as part of the actual event itself. So in the case of the pump station outing that we had on Sunday, as part of completing that work order, we will complete how much time was spent by the vendors, how much time was spent by the personnel to manage that event.
Did you ever do an analysis of those records?
I did as part of this case to present how much overtime was worked in 2009.
How do you determine efficiencies in the utility?
Efficiencies in...
To run your operations more efficiently, to run your business?
Oh, how do I determine how efficiently we run our business?
Yes.
I look at the market in which we work in. We look at how other utilities operate. We look at how much cost that we're incurring. We look at rates that we incur and then compare that to see if it makes sense as to other utilities. We also have a pretty high standard about what it is that we think our efficiency should run at, how much staff we have to do certain activities.
So if you don't keep time reports, how do you determine how much staff you need, how efficiently your staff is operating? Because
I'm there every day, I have a pretty good sense of what each employee is doing on any given hour.
Do you know what your employees are doing at every minute of the day?
Not every minute.
Do you ever take a vacation?
Sure.
So you're not there every day knowing everything they're doing at every moment.
Right.
Now, time records could keep track of what your employees are doing because they'd have to be verified.
Is that a question?
Yes. Could time records
Sure, absolutely.
help track the time
Yeah.
to make sure your employees...
Yeah, I mean, it's another tool to look at to say, how are they spending their time?
How do you verify that your employees actually worked 40 hours a week?
Again, for the most part, because it's a small team, there isn't a lot of opportunity to, quote, hide. The interdependencies of the team between the office and the operations staff and the workload and the work schedule doesn't allow for folks to run off and do something else.
But couldn't working with a close team also do exactly the opposite, that you're so close together and so closely a close relationship that maybe you kind of overlook maybe somebody taking an extra long lunch?
I guess it's possible.
Does Timber Creek have a plan to expand its current workforce?
Not at this time.
Timber Creek has had significant growth within the last 5 years, correct?
Correct.
So at some point, you could use additional employees.
Possibly.
So timesheets could adequately reflect when you might need to expand your workforce if your employees are all working significant amount over their 40 hours a week.
Yeah, again, it's another tool.
And that tool could help staff then and public counsel at some point say it might be appropriate to expand your workforce and include more salaries in your rates.
I guess that's interpretation for you guys as far as understanding how we spend our time. So it seems to me that that tool is what you'd prefer.
And do you understand the principles of rate making?
I think I have a decent understanding of it.
So are you familiar with the prohibition on retroactive rate making?
I'll let my attorney answer that one.
But do you just, not in a legal sense, do you understand the concept?
Yeah, I understand the concept.
Do you also understand the concept of single issue rate making in a non-legal interpretation?
Yeah, I understand the concept.
Now, for your rate case expense from the last rate case, did you ever provide invoices to the staff of the commission for your services in that case?
I missed the first part.
Relating back to the last rate case in which you're seeking compensation for your time that you worked on the case, did you ever provide invoices to the staff of the commission during that rate case?
Not during that rate case, no.
So are you suggesting that every past invoice in which Timber Creek digs up outside of the test year that could have been brought up in a prior rate case should be allowed to be brought up in this rate case?
No, what I'm suggesting is that in the past practice as part of a small company rate case, we looked at, in the 2007 rate case, we looked at 2004 rate case expenses as a surrogate to determine that. So moving into this rate case was looking at 2007 as a surrogate for this rate case. Unfortunately, that got derailed when we had to go to a contested case process.
But rate case expense was allowed in rates during your last rate case.
In 2007, yeah, but it was using 2004 expenses.
Now, has the commission ever disallowed Timber Creek's electric bills in rates?
No.
Has the staff of the commission ever proposed a disallowance to Timber Creek's electric bills in a rate case?
No.
Prior to drilling the exploratory well, what did the driller say the probability of finding gas was?
Well, in that industry, they're going to say it's a 50-50 shot.
Now, is that a 50-50 shot of finding
Yes.
natural gas, or is it a 50-50 shot of finding commercial quantities of natural gas?
Finding natural gas.
So do you know what the probability of finding commercial quantity of natural gas was?
Yeah, I looked at the Tiffany Springs wells that were drilled and looked at the volume of production that the natural gas produced there to see if it would in fact be able to power a generator to produce electricity.
Now, does the Tiffany Spring well produce electricity?
No, they decided to cap those due to a bankruptcy of the current owner, or wasn't the current owner, but the owner at the time.
But the natural gas found at Tiffany Springs was a commercial quantity?
Yeah, they were planning to do exactly what we were doing, which was to use it to power a commercial development.
But was it just to burn natural gas, or was it actually enough natural gas to then be used to generate electricity?
It was enough natural gas to actually power a generator to generate electricity.
What types of alternative energy does Timber Creek plan to explore?
So there's the three that I'd still like to see if there's a possibility. We need to go through the feasibility. Obviously, solar's still an option. Unfortunately, the costs are still pretty high. We want to continue to get an update and find out if there's new tax incentives on those that it might make it more attractive to do that. Same way with the wind energy that tends to have some tax incentives with it that we'd like to find if that's possible. And then the third one is a biogas production, which would mean a change in our treatment process and digestion of sludge, but to use that for methane production and to find out what the changes to our treatment process that would have to occur, and then what the likelihood of how much we could actually produce.
Now, what costs are involved in just exploring those options?
Typically what you're going to do is talk to experts in those industries, ask them to come in, assess your situation, and give you a view of what it would take. So in the case of the biogas, there's going to be implications to our treatment processes, so what would happen there, and then look at the capital costs that it would take to probably invest in going from aerobic to anaerobic digestion, as an example.
But what's the actual cost involved? What would you be paying for?
You'll be paying for consulting services.
Do these consulting services not provide a complimentary evaluation?
They'll come and give you is it generally possible or not, but to do any kind of to get you to a point where you could actually make a business case, no, they're not going to develop that for you.
Do you have any business plan that spells out what the cost of exploring those solar, wind, or the sludge digestion?
I've talked to a couple of firms to get high-level consulting cost, what it would take for them to develop a plan to see what it would be, and depending on the firm, but it's a pretty wide range of costs. But anywhere from last time, this was in 2009 when I talked to them, it was $5,000 to $10,000 per study, if you will.
Now, you discussed the tax incentives. Do you know if the tax incentive versus the cost of generating or doing wind energy is really viable for a small utility?
I don't know. That's why I would need some help.
But isn't that research that could be done just by yourself, by doing research on the internet or calling, asking for brochures?
Yeah, I've done that. I've got what I can, but the actual, when it comes down to what does it mean financially are we, I guess, what's the word? Have the authority or available to actually take advantage of the tax incentive? That's the questions I don't have that answer yet. And there's the other thing that, in talking to him there, I guess there's a number of different tax incentive vehicles that I'm not aware of. So again, I'd need help with that.
Now, in your testimony, you said that you have explored solar and wind. So what further cost would you be involved in something that you've already done and determined that was not cost-effective for your company?
I did a very high level, kind of a 100,000-foot view to say how much power, how much cost would it generally take by just doing what you said earlier, is doing some high-level research. But to take a deeper dive into that, I have not done that.
Are you aware of any other sewer utility in the state of Missouri that is exploring alternative energy sources?
I know that they're exploring them, but I don't know anybody that's actively doing one in the state of Missouri. I do know one in Kansas.
What company is that?
That'd be the Johnson County Wastewater doing biogas. And they received a $4 million grant to do that.
Now, you contacted 15 drilling companies, and you received 3 bids.
Correct.
What information did the other 12 companies provide?
They didn't provide a bid.
And do you know why they didn't provide a bid?
No, because they didn't respond.
What is available to ratepayers from this exploratory well?
At this point, there is a metal standpipe standing in the middle of the next to the plant.
They're not really receiving any benefit
No.
from it. Why is a speculative venture a good basis to look for alternative energy going forward?
I think it's imperative that companies continue to look at how to save cost. And that kind of research and development is where I think ratepayers get the benefits. In my opinion, Timber Creek is probably one of the best run companies in the state, and that's through that innovative sort of mindset that we have to try to figure out how to get things done and come up with interesting ways to do it. So we're going to continue to challenge ourselves to look at better ways of doing things, whether that's power, asset management, whatever our operations are, to continue to try to be as efficient as we can. So to answer your question, I think would be beneficial to the Public Service Commission and its ratepayers for us to continue to look at creative, innovative ways to try to save them money.
But is it really saving them money? If a windmill is going to be several $100,000, is that really saving them money through electric bills?
If you can see that the run rate on the electric bills are going to go less, yes, it would.
But the cost of installing a windmill,
That'd be a capital investment.
and you're willing to make that capital investment?
If it pans out in a strong business case, you bet.
Are you aware of statutory section 386, 370 of the revised statute?
Probably not.
I told you it's where the PSC assessment comes from. Would you?
I have read that section, yes.
Do you understand it in a non-legal manner?
In a non-legal manner, yes.
Do you understand why Timber Creek is assessed a PSC assessment?
Yes.
And do you understand how the PSC assessment works?
Yes.
Is Timber Creek willing to invest in its sewer system?
Yes.
What are its current investments plans for the next year?
We picked up a new certificated area and are currently working with two development to install. We would be shared infrastructure to serve those developments.
I'm sorry, I missed the last part.
Shared infrastructure to serve those developments.
How about within the next 5 years? What investments does Timber Creek plan to make?
It'd be the continued build out of those areas, so whether it's in the current watersheds that we're serving or in the new watershed that we're serving. So as development and activity increases, we would obviously, in the case of our Prairie Creek pump station, probably if the development occurs south of it, we would move that pump station and extend the interceptor south, as an example.
Now, has Timber Creek ever had an emergency repair in which they could not afford?
We have always seemed to have found the money.
So if you couldn't afford it, you could find the financing for it.
Yeah, but it was at the cost of other issues, like salary increases.
Isn't that a normal cost of doing business?
Suppose so.
Now, on schedule of your directs, your Schedule 7, is it an emergency that should be pre-funded if
You said my direct?
the directs?
Okay.
Schedule 7 is the last page.
All right, thanks.
This schedule identifies different fund estimations. How is it an emergency if the general manager decides to depart?
Because you will be without the leader for the company for a period of time.
I'm not getting how that's an emergency. Is that just normal business? Employees come and go, and as part of the cost, you train new people.
Yeah, so this model is actually built off of some of the EPA asset management best practices, as well as other companies that I've looked at, as how to start to develop a reserve fund or a contingency fund. And what you look at are the elements both from a people, process, and technology to say what are those critical elements when it comes to managing the facility. So one of the critical elements would be key staff, right? So those folks with Timber Creek, I mean, being a very small company, and the number of people providing that service, there's, other than since we have a backup on the operator itself, the rest of the other three, obviously, there's a single point of failure.
And you believe that constitutes an emergency in which a ratepayer should be funding?
Yes.
Do you recognize that in the regulated utility industry that profit is based on shareholder investment?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
All right, thank you, Ms. Cross-examination, Public Counsel.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Sherry. It was Timber Creek's decision to proceed to an evidentiary hearing in this case, wasn't it?
Correct.
Did staff and/or OPC ever inform company that plant that is not used and useful is not included in the calculation of rate base?
Can you rephrase the question to make sure I understand it?
Was Timber Creek informed before the decision to proceed to an evidentiary hearing that plant that is not used and useful is not included in the calculation of rate base for a public utility?
Other than the issues that contested, no.
Can you explain your answer?
So we've agreed on what plant is used and useful in the unanimous stipulation. Well, we have.
I'm talking about an overall broad statement.
Well, we obviously don't agree, otherwise we wouldn't be in this contested case.
But a broad statement, that plant that is not used and useful is not normally included in rates.
Yeah, the staff and both public counsel have stated that.
All right. And staff and public counsel stated that expenses that are not known and measurable are not included in the calculation of rates.
They've stated that as well.
Under the issue of salaries, you have presented a lot of information about regional sewer districts from different areas. Is that correct?
Correct.
But Timber Creek is not a regional sewer district, is it?
I believe it is. We serve a region.
Under the definition of a regional sewer district, as a quasi-governmental entity that is not under the...
Yeah, we're not a public entity, correct.
So Timber Creek is not a regional sewer district. Timber Creek is under the jurisdiction of the Public Service Commission.
Correct. I guess I just have a hard time with regional because in the practice, region being a defined area or watershed, so
Okay.
you're using it in the sense of what is the governance. So I agree. I agree with the governance issue.
So it's not a sewer district.
Again, if you're
A
referring to,
quasi-governmental.
I would agree with that. Yeah, from a governance perspective, I agree.
As far as the issue of overtime, has Timber Creek incurred overtime costs during the test period for this case?
In a cost in the sense that the employees have spent time, yes. But we have not booked as far as financial cost in the test year, no.
Okay. So when staff came and did their audit, there were no booked overtime costs.
Correct.
On the issue of the contingency emergency repair fund, ongoing maintenance is already included in normal rates. Isn't that correct?
Yeah.
And under the issue of the gas well, Timber Creek is a sewer company, not an energy company, correct?
Correct.
No further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Sherry, as you can see, the bench is pretty empty right now, and the commissioners had to go up for their regularly scheduled agenda meeting. I know several of them do want to have questions for you, so I'm going to allow you to step down at this time, but I expect we will be recalling you for their questions.
Great.
And
Redirect and follow that.
yes, if you would like to do some redirect at this point with these questions, Mr. Finnegan, I can allow that, or if you want, you can wait. But thank you for,
I think I'd just like to wait
okay,
for the commission.
all right.
Good to go.
You may step down. And Ms. Ott, you may call your first witness.
I'd like to call Brett Pringer. And at this time, staff would like to have marked as exhibit, I believe we're at 7, the staff accounting schedule. Also, I'd like to mark as exhibit 8, Brett Pringer's direct testimony. As exhibit 9, Brett Pringer's rebuttal testimony. As exhibit 10, Brett Pringer's rebuttal testimony. I'd like to submit those into the record. Sorry, I'll do that after I ask the question a moment.
Okay.
Got a little ahead of myself. Can you please
Fine,
state
we
your
all
name
do
for the
that
record?
sometimes.
Brett G. Pringer.
And who are
And
you?
excuse me, I do need to swear Mr. Pringer in also as well. Mr. Pringer, if you'd please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and you may proceed, Ms. Ott.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Can you please state your name for the record?
Brett G. Pringer.
Whom are you employed in what capacity?
I am a utility regulatory auditor with the Missouri Public Service Commission.
And are you the same Brett Pringer who has previously caused to be filed prepared direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal, as well as contributed to the accounting schedules, which have been previously marked for identifications as Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10?
I am.
And with respect to your prepared direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal, was that prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to make at this time to that testimony?
At this time, no, I do not.
And if I were to ask you the same or similar questions that are contained within that testimony, would your answers given today be the same or substantially similar?
Yes, they would.
Would they be true and accurate to the best of your information, belief, and knowledge?
Yes, they would.
With that, I'd like to offer Exhibit 7, 8, 9, and 10 into the record.
Right. Any objections to the exhibits 7, 8, 9, and 10?
No objection.
Hearing none, they shall be admitted and received into the record.
And I tender Mr. Pringer for cross-examination.
Right. Cross-examination by public counsel.
Good morning, Mr. Pringer.
Good morning.
Your issue in this case is the compensation, the overtime, and the timesheets. Is that correct?
That would be correct.
Going to your direct testimony, page 16. Beginning with the question on line 14, what sources did staff use to calculate payroll expense? Could you read your answer, please?
Yes. Staff used a variety of different sources to justify the amount of payroll included in this case. Surveys and websites like Merrick, and the market survey for the Bureau of Labor Statistics were used. Staff also used discussions and information provided by the company to aid, as well as other material internal to the staff, such as prior cases in a salary database maintained by the auditing department.
To begin staff's look into the payroll for this case, did staff start with the current salaries of Timber Creek's employees?
The initial step would have been looking back to the prior case's salaries, and then the second step would have been, yes, looking at their current salaries prior to this portion of time.
And then the next step would have been to try to justify whether the company's salaries were reasonable?
That would be correct.
So you had a number in mind, and then you looked for documentation in order to prove those numbers to be correct.
We had the current salaries, and we had a treatment that we thought at that time would be appropriate, and we wanted to see that treatment fit into a level, a justifiable level, which these surveys and discussions would aid in.
But it is not staff's normal practice to look at what the market level is first for a system like this.
I would say that they're always looking at market rates and surveys and databases to aid in a justifiable salary. I'd say you look at what they're currently paid and find a treatment of how you are going to handle it at that case, and then find data that would support your treatment of those salaries.
So if one source like Merit showed that the company's payroll was excessive, staff would look to another source?
You're always looking at multiple sources. America is just one of the sources that we used. It's not based upon just American research. It's based upon a multitude of things, including the utilities that Mr. Sherry had mentioned earlier in his testifying.
Going to your rebuttal on page 5, line 9. Here your statement is that the operations manager's salary is currently higher than the market. Is that correct?
That is correct.
But yet staff is still staff's position that the operations manager, even though it's higher than the market, is a just and reasonable salary for that position?
Based upon the duties of that operations manager, the fact that he is one of 2 field employees that are doing all field maintenance and operations for this system, staff finds it reasonable, yes.
Even though it is currently higher than the market?
It is on the higher end, yes.
And is it staff's position that the general manager should be paid more than the operations manager?
It is staff's position that would generally be the hierarchy of a company structure, yes.
So if the operations manager's salary is currently higher than the market, then it would be staff's position that the general manager's position, since it should be paid more, should also be higher than the market.
I can't agree with that statement. It would more so be 2 different job comparisons. It's apples and orange kind of comparison. You're comparing a operations manager and a general manager with different job duties and different job descriptions.
Okay. Could you read the question on line 4, please?
Mr. Sherry identifies at page 9 of his direct testimony a concern that his salary as general manager is lower than the operations manager. Does staff agree with Mr. Sherry's assessment of this situation?
And your answer is yes. Is that correct?
Yes, his salary is currently lower.
But you share a concern also? On page 12, lines 1 through 2 of your SIR rebuttal.
Page 12.
Page 12, lines 1 through 2. You state that public counsel's position for the general manager's salary should be calculated on the entry level merit amount. Is that correct?
Public counsel states that it should be, yes.
Right.
Correct.
Doesn't public counsel's position on the general manager's salary also include a 3% per year increase for the approximate 3 years that Mr. Sherry has been the general manager?
I do believe that that is what Mr. Robertson included, yes.
And then also on page 12, line 8 of your SIR rebuttal, you state Mr. Sherry has held various executive positions at Johnson County Wastewater over 17 years. Please identify each executive position that he has held and the job duties and responsibilities for each position.
That is pulled from Mr. Sherry's direct testimony. I don't have an answer for every job position he has held at Johnson County.
Did you review and verify the information that you used for this statement?
I took him at his word.
So you really don't know what level of management experience and expertise Mr. Sherry has?
I took him at his word for his statements.
All right. Also in the SIR rebuttal on page 17, lines 5 through 6, you state that public counsel attempts to lessen the office manager's position in order to propose a lower salary in staff's view. Is that correct?
I didn't get what line you were
I'm sorry, page 17, SIR rebuttal, lines 5 through 6. And I'll repeat, on page 17, lines 5 through 6 of your SIR rebuttal, you state that public counsel attempts to lessen the office manager's position in order to propose a lower salary in staff's view. Is that correct?
That is what it states, yes.
To your knowledge, did OPC base its position on documented merit information?
Yes.
No further questions.
Good. Cross-examination, Timber Creek.
Mr. Prater, with respect to the position of plant and collection system operator, you are proposing $7,000 in overtime. However, to do that, you're reducing the salary to $39,000 from what's currently $45,867.
That position, the end total of $46,000 salary for the total compensation of that position is the number that staff was inputting. Now that number is made up of a $39,000 salary and an overtime portion, yes.
So presently the position pays $45,867 without overtime. Is that correct? Huh?
I don't believe that's correct.
$40,980.
That seems correct, yes.
And to have, so you're proposing position for $46,000 basically, including overtime.
We're proposing a $46,000 compensation level for this position.
Okay. Now, is the overtime time and a half you're figuring?
The overtime was brought to our attention in a September 28th meeting, phone call, with Mr. Sherry. And prior to that position, staff had granted a 3% COLA increase for all the company positions. And at that time, Mr. Sherry brought to our attention that he was going to be paying overtime regardless on how the outcome of this case played out. And according to that statement, staff agreed with that position and incorporated the amount of overtime for that position to be paid out.
But So, but you're saying it's $7,000, but basically it's more like $5,020 based on current salary?
Well, no, we took into consideration the full $7,000 amount that he proposed that position worked. We found a number for the $39,000 that was supported by our databases, and we added the additional amount to get to the ending total that we felt was appropriate for this position.
And by your databases, what are you meaning?
That particular position would have been Merrick based on that conversation with Mr. Sherry.
Okay. I believe in a study that the staff performed in was it August of that you'd found that the mean salary level for the system operator was $49,290, and that the salary level paid to Timber Creek system operator is a conservative level compared to information reviewed.
I believe you're looking at Merrick. I'm not quite sure. Is that?
I'm looking at Schedule DS3 to Mr. Sherry's testimony. It's the memorandum from the staff dated August 2nd, 2010 regarding various determinations in this case.
Staff has never supported a $49,000 level for this position. I don't know where exactly on this schedule it's stating that.
Starts at the bottom of page 6, just one word. Staff concluded that the salary levels paid to Timber Creek employees are conservatively priced in relationship to salaries paid to other similar positions for other entities.
Correct.
An example of the survey view would be the following. And there's 4 bullet points there. And the third bullet point is for the system operator.
Okay. It does indeed read that the mean salaries would be a $49,290. But based upon further review from staff, that is not an accurate salary for that position.
Well, if Merrick said it then, why isn't it now?
Well, at the time of this memorandum, there's been significant changes as far as additional research performed by staff, including looking into the other utilities that Mr. Sherry brought to our attention. As far as at one point, an update to the Merrick website, and I don't know when that all transcribed as to the time of this particular document, but there has been changes to the Merrick website from an 07 database to an 09 database.
Okay, and now this says mean salary level we're talking. There's different items under Merrick, aren't there?
There is.
Mean, entry, experience, and median. Mean, entry, experience, and median.
Yes.
And the figures are all different.
Yes, the figures are all
So
different.
basically, this gives you a range.
There's a range. Merrick is based on many things, as you're saying. There's a range based on experience, is what you're referring to, as an entry-level employee all the way through, I'm assuming, based on tenure and experience level employee. And it also has a breakdown of hourly, if you'd like to treat it in that manner. There's a lot of information provided by Merrick.
And so basically, you look at all these things and you make an educated guess as to what you think might be reasonable?
Merrick is only but one of the items we look at. As stated, we don't make an educated guess. We find the salaries. We start with what was paid in the last case, and we find a treatment or a manner that we wish to apply to this case, and we use these databases and other methods of research as support for what we feel should be included in this case.
And is it still your position that the salary levels for Timber Creek employees are conservatively priced in relationship to the salaries paid others similar positions for other entities?
There is a conservative nature in their pricing, yes, but again, you're looking at entities that are on a completely different scale than Timber Creek. The entities being compared to are much larger with much higher amount of customers, so there should be a conservative level built into that. It should be more conservatively priced versus those entities.
But with for example, the general manager position, that also has a mean entry experienced and median rate, correct?
That would be correct.
And in your memo, last memo, it points out the median annual salary for general managers was $94,529, which coincidentally is the amount that Mr. Sherry is seeking in this case. That would be conservatively priced?
That management occupation search is a general management occupation search. It does not specify utility. It does not specify size of company. It does not specify workforce. It doesn't specify a lot of things. That is a search to just say in a Kansas City region for an employee of that title, a median salary is expected to earn around that.
Does staff have any position on what is the reasonable percentage of personnel cost to the O&M cost?
Repeat that for me, please.
Well, as far as the total overall salaries paid as compared to the overall expenses, do you ever look at any percentage to see if that's like reasonable, or other industries and other companies to see what their percentage of?
I did not look at any other industries or companies. I simply found the most reasonable recommended salary for Timber Creek Sewer Company.
But basically it comes down to a subjective determination based on what you think is best.
I would say it comes down to finding a position of how you would like to treat salaries in this case, and finding support for what you believe is a recommended salary, which is what staff has done.
In your rebuttal testimony, you have a schedule for that county. I think it's scheduled 3-2.
Yes.
On page schedule 3-4.
Yes.
There's for 2009, this shows the budget and actual for Wyandotte County. The Water Pollution Control Board.
I see that, yes.
Okay, you see the personnel cost was $7,514,440 under operating expenses, the first item.
I do.
And then you see what the total operating expenses are of $17,791,488.
Yes.
Can you compute what that percentage is?
I don't have a calculator or any sort of device to compute that, and off the top of my head, I don't feel like I would provide you an accurate answer.
Subject to check like we used to.
I could say that, subject to check. I can find that answer for you.
Would you say 42%?
Again, subject to check. I would have to do the computation, but yes.
Anybody have a calculator to 11? I don't have my telephone. I don't know how to use it. Who knows how to use it? This one might be the most reasonable. dividing the 7 million by the 100.
17,9,
Yeah.
791. Roughly 42.24 is what I'm calculating.
And with respect to Johnson County, you know what their cost is?
I don't believe I've provided that data.
Would you look at, you have a copy for you of Mr. Sherry's testimony?
Copy 3.
To the Sir rebuttal testimony. May I approach?
You may.
Not gonna hurt you. Schedule DS-10. The Sir rebuttal, yeah, it's just in front of that. Right here.
Okay.
6. And there's a pie chart there. It says breakdown of 2009 actual spending. Looks like the total is 32.6 million total. It's kind of hard for you to read.
Yeah, I have it.
And it says
Personnel.
Personnel is what?
41%.
41%. I believe it also says it's 12.5 million, I assume. For Timber Creek, do you know what its personnel cost is, percentage-wise?
I do not. Is there a schedule I'd...
In page 2 of Mr. Sherry's Sir rebuttal testimony, at the bottom. The last line, that's line 23, starting in line 23.
Okay.
It states, in comparison, Timber Creek's current personnel costs are 38%, including benefits of revenue. Timber Creek salaries as part of this case put personnel costs at 40%, including benefits and 10,000 overtime. You see that?
Yes, I see that.
Do you have any reason to doubt that?
No, I do not.
In your testimony, you refer to the Lake Region company. Is it a company or is it
Lake Region is a water and sewer company. Yes.
that has kind of some sewer districts in it and water districts in it?
It's actually composed of a water and sewer district at which everyone is a contracted employee of that water and sewer district, and then there's 2 other entities, Ozark Shores and Lake Region, in which those employees would provide service on a need or necessity basis out to Lake Region. So it's a contract group of entities, more or less.
By the Lake Region, I assume we're talking Lake the Ozarks.
That is correct. It is located at Lake of the Ozarks.
It's not the Kansas City metropolitan area.
No, it is not.
And with respect to the, page 13 of your rebuttal testimony, you indicate that the Lake region has 1,413 customers. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, do you know, and you say it's 1,852 water customers, 179 water customers, 117 sewer customers.
That-
Right above that, you talk about the number. Do you know if these water and sewer customers are the same people?
The numbers that you were just quoting were the makeup of the three separate entities.
Right.
There's 1,413 for the Lake Region system. There's 1,852 for the Ozark Shore system. And then there's 179 water, 117 sewer for the district. They are different customers, correct? They're all different entities, and those are the customer counts for each of those entities.
I guess what I'm trying to get to, if you're a water customer, you could also be a sewer customer
For the specific entity,
or one of those specific entities.
yes, you could.
Probably in all likelihood you are.
I'm assuming in all likelihood, yes.
So basically we're kind of double counting here as to how many customers there are.
Well, you're still a water and a sewer customer more. You're still a separate customer, so I wouldn't see that as double counting. There's still 1,400 customers.
I believe that's all the questions I have.
Right. Questions from the bench? I know commissioners are just getting back from agenda and trying to catch up here. As with Mr. Sherry, I've allowed him to step down, and we can call him back later for redirect or for some questions from the bench. And if you're not ready at this time, we can always have questions later.
I'm ready for a few questions anyway.
Right. Go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Pringer.
How are you?
How you doing?
Good, thank you.
In your testimony, you provided, I guess, what is it, 4 examples? Johnson County, Wyandotte County, Platte County, and then Lake Region. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. You know, which one of those are privately owned, for-profit, regulated entities?
Two entities of Lake Region would be privately owned, Lake Region and Ozark Shores.
All right.
For sure, off the top of my head.
Should it make a difference whether a company's for-profit or not-for-profit? Should the salary structure should it make a difference on salary structure?
In my opinion, no.
But would you agree that companies, water companies, sewer companies need quality employees to make sure that the operations are run effectively and efficiently and that customers get adequate service?
Certainly.
Now, I noticed from the position statements and the reconciliation, staff and the company are less than $30,000 apart on salary. Is that still correct?
Yes, I believe that the total difference is 29 and some dollars.
And some change, yeah. And I know that you rely on these studies, and Timber Creek relies on some different studies. I know you may have some disagreements maybe with the methodology or whatever of some of those studies, but are those otherwise valid studies from valid companies or valid surveyors?
Timber Creek studies or our studies?
Timber Creek's.
They seem to be valid studies, yes.
All right. Would you agree that given that there's only 29,000 change difference for purposes of us deciding the case, would anywhere in the range between your numbers and their numbers be a reasonable salary structure?
No, I believe staff's recommended levels are.
So if we go $10 over staff's, then that's not reasonable.
I don't agree with that. No, I believe that staff's I do agree with that. $10 over is unreasonable. Staff's proposed levels are what we feel are the proposed
That's
levels.
the top dollar. Anything above that's unreasonable.
For all the positions that we've included, including a few that are on the upper end already of a pay scale, I believe that we have recommended just and reasonable rates, yes.
Okay. Now, were you here during the opening arguments?
Yes, I was.
And you recall, I believe I had a little question back and forth with Ms. Baker on the overtime issue.
Correct.
Do you know, do employees of Timber Creek ever work over 40 hours a week?
It was assumed that they did. It was more of a salary. Initially, they were salaried employees, so it was kind of similar to certain staff members here at the commission. You put in the time as needed. If it was over, it was over. It was assumed that they would sometimes work over 40 hours a week, yes.
All right. So you assume, but do you have any personal knowledge that they did or didn't?
We have certain schedules and data requests that we've asked that support that they've had events where they've been required to work overtime, yes.
Okay. I don't think I have any more questions right now. Thank you, Ms. Springer.
All right. Commissioner Gunn, Commissioner Kenny?
Yeah, I just have a couple, and I apologize if these have already been asked and we were here. But I want to talk about the contingency fund right now. One of the in your I guess I was looking at Mr. Bush's.
Yes.
So you're not here. You're not here to talk about contingency.
Mr. Bush.
So I was looking at the wrong one. All right. So let me go back to the pay scale. So one of the water systems that Timber is relying on is the Johnson County.
Correct.
Now, can you describe, in terms of scale and scope, are there major differences between that water system and Timber Creek? Is it an apples to apples comparison in your opinion?
In my opinion, no, it's not. It's a significantly larger system, customers and employee number wise. There's 133,000 customers at Johnson County, 1,500 at Timber Creek. There's 218 employees at Johnson County. There's 4 at Timber Creek.
Does this when you upscale, when you do have more customers, does that inherently mean that water and sewer systems become more complex, or can you make like I said, an apples to apples comparison, saying just because you have a lot more customers doesn't even necessarily mean that the systems are more complex?
I'm not an engineer by any means, but I'm assuming you would, as customer levels and employee levels went up, you would have more complaints, larger systems, more lift stations, more everything that goes with the operations of a water and sewer utility.
How significant is the pay differential between the Kansas City metro area and, say, the Lake of the Ozarks for the types of systems we're talking about? There may be significant differences in non-related industries, whether you're a lawyer or a doctor, or I don't. There may not be. I don't know. But do you see? Did you take that into account when you were making your recommendations that cost of living might be different, transportation costs, things like that might be lower?
It was taken into consideration. If you would apply a cost of living increase to salaries that were, say, at Lake Region, for instance, at the Lake of the Ozarks, and I don't know what a standard cost of living increase would be for something of a move of that magnitude, but a 10% increase would put these salaries more on scale, and they would be accurate comparisons as far as salary levels on different job duties.
And so you took that into account in your recommendation of the salary level. You took into account the higher cost of living in the Kansas City metro area.
Correct.
So you would, if you took exactly what the Timber Creek people were doing and put them in the Lake of the Ozarks, you would see somewhat of a reduction in your recommendation for those salaries.
That'd be a fair statement. They would be slightly on the high end of salary wages.
I don't think I have any further questions. At least I'm not prepared, so thank you.
All right. Commissioner Kenny, any questions for this witness?
I have a couple questions, and I for the agenda, so if this was covered in your testimony, I apologize. I want to ask really quickly about the issue of overtime and timesheets. Is it your understanding that Timber Creek's argument is that if they start using timesheets, they will be required to start paying overtime?
I believe that is what he was stating.
Okay. And Judge, will we have an opportunity to have Mr. Sherry come in?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we will.
And then my second question is with respect to the alternative energy, the gas well cost recovery, the $10,849. Is it your understanding that they're requesting that amount for future exploration of alternative energies or as reimbursement for the money already expended on the failed well?
I'm actually not the witness to address that. That's going to be Mr. Martin Hummel.
Okay. Well, thank you for your time.
Mr. Pringer, I have one quick question for you. You were the sponsor of staff's accounting schedules, correct?
Correct.
And I had asked at the beginning of this hearing if everyone agreed to the capital structure in that accounting schedule, and I realized the parties have stated they're all in agreement with those numbers. But given this was a small company rate increase case in it as it initiated, there's a little lesser amount of testimony on some of these values. And I was just wondering if you could briefly tell the Commission how the embedded cost of capital numbers were determined.
That would have been a computation by staff member Shana Atkinson, actually. I received the data to put into the case from them, and I don't have any idea how that would have been calculated.
All right. Ms. Ott, do you think you can file an affidavit for Mr. Atkinson just offering the Commission a brief explanation of her calculations?
Judge, are you asking for an affidavit with an explanation or just the affidavit?
With a short explanation of how she derived those.
Okay. I do believe she has a memo in the unanimous partial disposition agreement that would have had a signed affidavit along with it, but I will do that as well. But
okay, you can just file that as a late filed exhibit.
Okay.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Any recross based on questions from the bench?
I just have one question. Whenever you reviewed the books of Timber Creek, did they book any paid overtime during the test year?
There was not any booked overtime, though.
Thank you. That's all I have.
Right. Recross Timber Creek.
Just a few questions. Commissioner Jared asked you about utilities needing quality employees. Is that correct? And you?
Yes, that is correct.
You agreed that they do?
Certainly.
With your experience with the Timber Creek employees, do you find them to be quality employees?
Yes, I do.
And that Timber Creek's a pretty exceptionally run sewer company?
They are ran very well, yes.
And in fact, the staff works with them and uses them to teach other people?
In the small water and sewer industry, I believe they are used quite often as examples, yes.
That's all the questions I have.
Okay, and Ms. Ott, before you begin your redirect, do you have a large amount of redirect? We're running on 2 hours, and I wanted to give my court reporter and everyone a break.
I have some. I don't know how much, but we can take a break.
Okay, why don't we all take about a 10-minute break, and when we resume, we'll have you do your redirect with Mr. Prater.
May I ask, could Mr. Sherry go back on after the commissioner's going to still be here after the break?
Yes, and we can have Mr. Sherry take questions from the bench once we conclude with Mr. Prater. Yes. All right, we are back on the record. Mr. Pringer is on the stand for a redirect from staff. And Mr. Pringer, I remind you that you're still under oath.
Thank you.
Mr. Pringer, Ms. Baker earlier was discussing with you whether or not staff had a number in mind when it began making its salary determination. Can you explain what the process you used in making sure that the salaries were just and reasonable?
Yes. Again, it started with initially viewing the prior cases, salaries, and then requesting the current pay levels for Timber Creek employees, and then comparing those levels to different databases and surveys, other utilities, and internal discussions with other staff members as to what our position would be regarding salaries for this case.
So you didn't take what Timber Creek's word, what they're paying their salary, and then decide whether or not you thought that was reasonable?
No, we did found those salaries and then did research upon those salaries to determine what levels we thought were accurate to be paid.
And a little afterwards, she was discussing with your SIR rebuttal, page 12, line 8, when you were discussing the qualifications of Mr. Sherry and whether or not you took his word for it. Do you know if the direct testimony that you pulled the information for was attested to?
Yes, that was sworn testimony by Mr. Sherry.
Okay. Mr. Finnegan from Timber Creek was having a conversation with you about whether or not, when staff makes its salary determination, whether or not that's a subjective determination. Did you agree that it was a subjective determination?
No, I don't think it's subjective. Again, you do the research based on their current salaries, and then you justify those salaries based on the databases and surveys again, and the other utilities and databases that the staff has within their workforce. So it's not a subjective process. You do find numbers and answers to everything.
And then shortly afterwards, Mr. Finnegan was kind of going through those personnel percentages to operating expenses. What was staff's basis for using the Johnson County, Platte County, and Wyandotte County annual reports?
Staff was trying to depict, by using those specific utilities, the impact per customer that the certain salaries would have. And in that instance, we were using strictly the general manager's salary and dividing that by the customers of each of those entities to get a dollar level per customer.
Thank you. And then Mr. Finnegan was also discussing the structure of Lake Region water and sewer, and whether or not that all of the water customers are the same as the sewer customers. Can you explain the Lake Region water and sewer system?
Yes, I meant to say that part of that system is Ozark Shores, which is strictly water, and there's a Horseshoe Bend system, which is strictly sewer. So they're not one and the same. There are specific sewer and water customers, but there are a few customers that could potentially be on receiving sewer and water service.
Okay, and then Commissioner Gunn was kind of discussing the pay scale difference between Kansas City and the Lake Ozark region. Can you explain the difference between how staff would determine a cost of living adjustment between the two?
You just have to look at the cities, the magnitude of where you're living. The Kansas City regional metropolitan region is a larger, more expensive city probably than the Lake region, and that's what I was trying to get at, was taking those, you would probably have to factor in some sort of adjustment for the living zones, but I don't know without doing an analysis or research, what particular amount of money or percentage of monies would be acceptable for that sort of adjustment.
So if Timber Creek was at the lake, would their salary be higher or lower than what it currently is?
I would assume it would be a lower salary, as it would cost more to live in the metropolitan Kansas City area than it would the Lake Region area, or the Lake Ozarks area, sorry.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Pringer, thank you for your testimony.
Thank you.
This time, I'm going to recall Mr. Sherry to the stand for questions from the bench.
Judge, before we continue, can Mr. Pringer be excused from the room, not from the hearing, as there's testimony due today in another case in which he's a witness on?
Certainly.
Okay. And if we need him, I can go grab him and bring him back up.
Very good. Thank you. Please be seated. Mr. Sherry, I do want to remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes.
Commissioner Garrett?
Yes, thank you, Judge. Good morning, Mr. Sherry. How are you this morning? Sorry we had to step out during your testimony.
I understand.
And attend to other business, but I'll try not to, hopefully won't recover testimony that, or areas that you explored with the attorneys. And I apologize if I do so, but I want to make sure I understand. How long have you worked for Timber Creek?
I was the vice president since 1995, and then as a unpaid board member, and then became full-time president and general manager in February of 2008.
Are you familiar with about how many hours per week each employee of Timber Creek works?
Yes.
Just on average?
Yes.
And you are the general manager?
Correct.
Okay. About how many hours a week do you work?
For me, I mean, it obviously varies, but on average, about 45 to 50 hours a week is a pretty common work week, I'd say, when you average everything out.
Right. Now, do you ever have to go out, like on weekends or middle of the night, if there's a problem?
I was out Sunday afternoon on a pump station failure. The evening, I was up at 2:30 last night reviewing the telemetry logs to make sure the pump station was working. So to answer your question, yes, I'm pretty much 24/7.
Right. And what about the office manager?
The office manager's primary responsibilities are from really 8:30 to 4:30. That's when the office is open. Her first and foremost is to make sure we are open for business, customers, calls, permits, all that is handled. She's the front line of communication. She then has additional duties that require her to work overtime or outside those hours, which are in customer notifications when late payments, collection type issues, where there's door hangers that go out to customers, or if they haven't applied for service. She then drives to those sites to actually physically place those on there. She's also responsible for collecting all the inventory and supplies for the office, as well as any other materials that the operations may use. So she usually goes to Costco or Sam's on the weekend to pick those items up to make sure that we have the supplies we need.
So if you were to go to a timesheet system that staff is recommending, would she be an exempt employee and just be paid a straight salary, or would she be subject to overtime?
Right now, as I've discussed with staff and looking through the Fair Labor Standards Law and consulting with an attorney, there is a question as to whether it would be exempt or not exempt.
Right. Now, you would be exempt, I assume.
Correct. Yeah. Myself and the operations manager, no question, we are exempt. The office manager is, at this point, under the advice of, looking at our counsels, like, you're better off to go ahead and pay the little bit of overtime rather than to have to defend a claim.
Right. Then the operations manager, how many hours per week would you say the office manager works?
The office
manager, operations manager.
operation manager, he'll be similar to my work schedule, maybe a little more depending on outages and issues. So he had the shift from up through 9 p.m. last night, and then he picked it up at 4:30 this morning on the pump station. So I had it from 11 and 2:30, and then he started back up at 4:30. So that's just an example. So we have to work whatever hours we have to work.
Right. So you said yourself 45 to 50.
Yeah, he'll be in the same range.
For him.
Yep.
And then the system operator.
Yeah, that position, again, is a operations type person, so he is filling in for the operations manager or when the duties are assigned. On average, he'll work between 42 to 45 hours a week is what we've determined.
All right. And under a timesheet scheme, since both you and the staff are looking at overtime, is the determination is that would be a non-exempt employee?
Yeah, that
would
was
have to pay him or her time and a half.
That is clearly a non-exempt and an overtime eligible position.
Right. Okay. Now, are you familiar with other water and sewer companies that are similarly situated to yourself?
Yes.
Just based on your personal knowledge, how do you think your salary structure falls in with those?
Right now, I think the staff, as they said in their initial report, is accurate, is that it's conservatively priced. As I've said in my testimony, I think the operations manager is in the upper range of that as a salary. The other three positions are under market.
Okay. And I'll ask you the same question I asked Mr. Pringer. I think you were in the audience when I was talking with him. The difference between you and staff on total salary is less than $30,000.
Correct.
You have studies, they have studies.
Right.
We can talk about individual, which study's better, which study's not. Do you think that anything within the range between your salary structure and staff's proposal, would you think it would be reasonable for us, based on these studies, to find somewhere in between?
Certainly. You bet. I'm a reasonable businessman.
And I believe Mr. Pringer testified that all the employees of Timber Creek he would consider to be excellent.
Yes.
Right. And do you think that normally employees who perform above average should be paid accordingly?
Correct.
And you also understand that you're a regulated entity, so we have to balance that with the ratepayers. We want to make sure that ratepayers get good value for their rates.
Absolutely. We're just as you guys are accountable to ratepayers, so are we. I mean, we live, work in that community, and have to answer to them. So it's I understand why it's got to make sense, right? And it's got to be defensible, and it has to, as I would say, it's got to pass the sort of red face test.
Right. Now, when we were talking a little bit earlier about the average hours per week or that the various employees worked, would your answers be about the same if we're just talking about the test year in this case?
Yes.
All right. I don't have any further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate it.
You bet. Thanks.
Commissioner Gunn.
Thank you. Appreciate the coming back.
Yeah, no problem.
And we hope it'll be fairly painless. I'm in all of the questions that I have. I may ask you some questions that potentially would involve settlement discussions.
Okay.
And I don't want you to go into necessarily the substance of what was discussed, but I may just want you to answer whether or not there were discussions, and that's really all I need to know, because I don't want to get involved. I don't think we can get involved in some of the other stuff. So I think basically all my questions have been answered on the salary stuff, except that the reason why the office manager wouldn't be getting a raise or the operations manager wouldn't be getting a raise under this was because under your proposal is because you think they're already at the top of the pay scale, correct?
Yeah, I believe if you think of a traditional pay system, you have, much like you see in Merrick, but you have a range. You have an entry, a midpoint, and then a maximum. I believe the operation manager's right now salary, from my own studies, and that is in the midpoint to maximum side of the area. So as I was responding earlier, that in the red face test, he probably needs to stay where he's at, let cost of living catch up in a year or two, and then put him back onto that kind of a raise.
Great.
And I've had that discussion with the employee.
Now I want to move to the rate case expense issue, and this is one of those areas. Were you with Timber Creek during the last rate case?
I was in 2007, I was actually an employee of Sprint on a leave of absence during that rate case.
Okay. Were you involved at all in the discussions, in the settlement discussions in that case?
Yes.
And were you involved in the discussion over the stipulation and agreement that was eventually filed in the case?
Yes.
Okay. All right. So you're familiar with it, and would you say your part was active?
Yes.
Okay. That's all I want to know. I'm not going to ask you to get into any further else. So now I want to go to this gas well issue. Can you walk me through the process of, once you determined that you were going to look for an alternative energy, can you take me through the process that you went in identifying the area to dig, what caused you to dig there, why you thought there was gas on the property? Could you just walk me through that? It doesn't have to be long, just really quickly.
Certainly. Obviously, it's the increasing electrical costs that drove us to look at different sources. So, as I've said in my testimony, we looked at the three, what we believe are the most available power type sources would be natural gas, solar, and wind. In looking at the financials, when you look at the investment that it would take and then how much return you would get, so those scenarios, natural gas was the lowest cost type pursuit, but, I'll admit, probably the highest risk as well. The reason we looked at, so we said, well, okay, let's do some research before we decide to actually spend any money. So at that point, spent numerous hours talking to the Department of Natural Resources, specifically the folks in Raleigh and the USGS, talking about, what to look for, how to look for it, all the materials that existed, and there's tremendous amount of research and materials out there that talks about gas, and particularly in the Northwest, Missouri, South, East, Iowa, in that area there's what's called the Forest City Basin that stretches all the way down actually to Harrisonville, Missouri, and so on. So there's Plattsburgh, Harrisonville, and then the areas of Tiffany Springs all had active gas wells or wells that had known productions. And those, again, I've given that to the staff to show that. So at that point, I said, well, what's specifically within our region? Well, the oldest well logs you could find, so the research is who else has done it, right? That's what I was looking for. So looked at old well logs from the 1920s to the 1940s was really the last active, and I'd say within a 5-mile radius that anybody had done any drilling in that area. The reason you have to look in the area is that, according to the USGS and the DNR, it has to be on your site, and you has to be within, if I remember right, 150 feet inside your property boundary borders. That's the only place you can legally try to drill a gas well for safety reasons and other things. So it had to be on a site that we owned. So looked for a 5-mile radius, looked at those research, and at the time from the 20s to the 40s, it was mostly oil exploration at that time. So didn't really see it, but you'd see mentions, the records were sketchy, but you'd see mention of natural gas found or that, but no production. The real telling thing was in Tiffany Springs, which is about 7 miles directly to the east. So we're on the west side of KCI. Tiffany Springs is on the east side of KCI. And there was 3 gas wells there that had significant volumes of natural gas production. Now, they're not currently using it, but that was there and documented. So at that point, it looked encouraging because those volumes of natural gas would actually met with generator companies on natural gas, and they said, yeah, you could power a 100 kilowatt generator, it actually is 120, off of those types of production. So at that point, met with lots of drillers and everybody else, and it came down to, you can spend a lot of money doing sonar, you can spend a lot of money doing all these other types of techniques, and said, be blunt, the simplest, cheapest is to try what's called a pilot well. And the pilot well is just that. It's like you're drilling a water well. and you're going to go down and see what you can see. If you
Hope you find gas.
and hope you find gas.
Was the site that was selected to drill based on some sort of likelihood that you would find gas, or was it based on some of the other parameters that were given you by DNR?
It was a combination of all those. So one was we had to meet the legal requirements of being 150 feet in the site, so that limited to there. And then it also had to be in the Forest City Basin area. And then from the geological logs, there was 2 different zones of shale that had gas, and you had to look to see if those other zones existed within those other well logs.
When you spoke to drillers and the other people that were giving you the recommendation about where you should drill, did they give you a percentage? I mean, did they say, look, this is a 50-50 proposition. We think that there's probably a 75% chance there's gas here, or we think, look, it's a shot in the dark. We can't tell you that it's a percentage at all.
Yeah, I mean, they cover their own sort of thing. They're going to say it's your gamble, right? So knowing that going in, like, you got a 50-50 shot. And, so I showed them all the research they've done, what it was, showed them the payoff, and they're like, at this point, probably worth giving it a shot.
And let me ask you, when you were drilling, what was your perspective? What did you think the chances were of finding gas in this?
I thought it was actually 50-50 or better, with the idea that the zones were there. We were able to determine that the 2 natural gas production shale zones were in the area. We actually hit them, so we know they exist. They just didn't have enough release of natural gas from that.
Other than the drilling, did you spend any money on generators or anything in anticipation of finding the gas?
No. It was pilot well first only.
Okay. All right. Now I want to move on. I appreciate that. I'm going to move on to the contingency fee stuff, because this is one of those things that seems a little bit, we'll just call it creative. Mm-hmm. And obviously what staff's major concern, other than some of the legal potential issues, right, was the lack of oversight and lack of conditions. And this is another one, is that would you or are you willing to accept conditions on any contingency fund that is set up?
Absolutely. I mean, when we've had discussions on the working case at very high level, haven't gotten down into the details, but I absolutely believe that it's a contingency reserve fund available for these repairs. So I think the oversight and reviews and even approvals, a separate account, all those kinds of concepts, we're completely in agreement with.
Now, you set the cap in your testimony of 100,000 and change, or
177,000, yeah,
something thousand. How did you arrive at that figure?
I used a model that the EPA is doing as part of an asset management education and awareness and getting utilities to be more proactive about managing aging infrastructure. So in that is the ability to go through and look at your critical components of your infrastructure and do an assessment of what is the criteria as far as the condition of the asset, what's the probability that it will fail, what's the criticality of it within that system and processing utilities, and you set that up, and then you come up with basically an equation that says what's the probability of failure, how many do you have, and determine that. So I use that same model to determine that. So ran those calculations. When in some cases I had very real data about how much the repairs have cost. Others called up some of the vendors and say, hey, if this happened, what generally should I expect? Developed that model, came up with that number. So there it was. Then I turned around and looked at what are other utilities in the public sector doing when it comes to this area, made some calls, and they said, be blunt, they keep 3 months of cash reserves in a fund for that specific reason. They're going to this asset model, but they said 3 funds is typically what is required by their bond companies. So did the quick math, and guess what? The 170,000 is about 3 months worth of expenses that we have.
So did you do a comparison of actual repair and failure rates with the model?
Yes, on those where we had actual repairs and costs, I can highlight which items those are and how much the repairs have been and how frequently they've occurred.
So I want to mention something that Mr. Finnegan mentioned in arguments, is that you had a control panel. The Sunday incident was a control panel failure.
Correct.
Which caused the pump to fail.
Correct.
And he said something about how it had failed 3 years ago.
Yeah, we had a lightning strike in late 2006, replaced the panel, had to replace the panel in 2007, and that cost was $9,900 and some change.
So are control panels supposed to last 3 years, or are they supposed to last a lot longer?
They're supposed to last a lot longer.
So did you, when you were looking at some of these repair things, did you take that into account as a potential repair item that
Yes.
would not have to be in there hopefully
Correct.
anymore?
Right.
All right. Did staff ever propose any conditions?
No.
Okay. All right. I do not think I have anything else. Thank you very much. I appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Commissioner Kenny.
Mr. Sherry, thanks for sticking around.
Yeah,
For indulging us.
my pleasure.
I just have a few questions about, and I know we're plowing the same ground again, so bear with me. I want to talk again about the question of these exempt employees versus non-exempt employees. And just so I'm clear, are there two employees that you have received a legal opinion that would be considered non-exempt, or one?
Definitely one. The other is questionable. It has to do with, if you look through the Fair Labor Standards criteria, it has to do with the issue is discretionary judgment. And so it's
that employee has discretionary judgment?
correct. At what level? It's at what level of discretionary judgment.
And which two employees are we talking about?
It's the plant and collection system operator
Okay.
and the office manager.
And is there a document that's attached to your testimony where that opinion is offered?
Yes.
Which one is that?
That would be in my direct testimony, and then there's a,
Four?
yeah.
Okay. That's the letter from the law firm.
Yep.
And that's the basis. Because do you have it in front of you?
Yes.
It says that in the first paragraph, it says that they have not been retained to determine whether any employee is exempt or non-exempt, and no opinion is made as to that question.
Correct.
So is there something else in there that I'm missing where they offer an opinion about who would or wouldn't be?
No, it was in discussions with Jason Davey as to when I was walking him through what the positions do, the first labor standards law. And so it was really the oral conversations with him. He said, and so obviously when he's going to write, he says, we're not making a determination, but here's the issue.
These employees are treated currently as exempt employees.
Yeah, we just paid him a base salary.
And you intend to continue treating them that way?
I intend to start paying them a overtime if I have the timesheets in front of them.
And why are you going to do that? I mean, are you under the impression that merely by virtue of keeping track of their time that you have to start treating them as non-exempt employees?
No, but I've given them evidence to possibly make a claim.
Okay.
That I've required them to actually start doing timesheets, and I've, in essence, said, here's your overtime, and
So you're anticipating a claim that they could make
yes,
and the cost that it would cost you to defend that claim,
correct.
Irrespective of whether they actually are or are not.
That's correct.
Okay, all right. So your practice is going. Have you already started paying them overtime, or you intend
No.
to start paying them overtime?
I intend to start paying them overtime.
Let me ask another question about the natural gas well that you all drilled. Do you intend to keep exploring alternative energy options in the future?
Yes,
Have you?
we've stopped,
Okay.
but we want to go back and look at the solar to see if, for more tax incentives, because right now that infrastructure is very expensive. So we want to see at those tax incentives and run an analysis on sunny versus cloudy days and how much real production you could get, and try to get more detail around that. Same way with the wind. Again, where we're located, where it's at, how much production could we really expect to have, to go through that analysis, and then also into biogas. So actually changing our treatment process from aerobic to anaerobic on sludge digestion, and actually to capture that methane and actually try to use that as maybe an alternative source.
Do you intend to do that irrespective of our determination in this case? To
No.
explore those other options?
I do not.
So if we don't allow you to recover that $10,849, you guys will not explore any other alternative energy options?
Yeah, at this point, to take the analysis any further, I'm going to need expert help. So that's an expense that, at this point, talking to the shareholders, they're like, look, if the Public Service Commission is interested in us doing this, we'd be happy to try to pursue that. If they say not, then I guess we just pay the electric bill.
Well, we may very well be interested in you doing it, but so I don't know that a determination with respect to that issue would be an opinion about whether we're interested in you exploring those other alternative energy options. But let me ask this question then, because you said that the reason you explored the gas option was because it was the least cost and but admittedly the highest risk.
Correct.
And so the 10,849 was the least cost option in pursuing some alternative energy option.
That's correct.
So solar and wind options are going to cost you more than the 10,849.
Yes, we got, it was pretty easy. Once you establish the 100 kilowatt, you can go to, enough vendors and they'll give you a broad budget for what that would run.
Right.
So, you give them a call and start making some phone calls and say, well, if you're going to plan 100 kilowatts, here's roughly about what you had a budget for.
I don't have any other questions for you. Thanks for your time.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay. Any other questions from the bench? Seeing none, recross based on questions from the bench. Beginning with staff.
Mr. Chair, when I believe it was Commissioner Gunn was discussing that model that you used to determine the level of contingency reserve fund. Do you remember that
Yes,
discussion?
yes.
Now, that model that you have that is attached as part of your schedule, it includes all expenses, not just plant expenses, correct?
Yes. Well, I guess I'm not sure. Can you say more about what you mean by plant expenses versus all expenses? Make sure I understand your definition.
Like the physical plant, not operating expenses.
Right, yeah, the estimates there is to repair the item, so, whether it's a vendor and materials to take care of that item. So it's an estimation to make the repair on that.
So the schedule attached, I think it's your direct testimony that I had discussed with you earlier. Is that the model that you were using when you were discussing with Commissioner Gunn?
That's DS7, Schedule DS7?
Yes.
Yes.
So how is a personnel departure a plant expense?
It is not.
Okay, that's what I was getting at.
Okay.
That the model does include operating expenses and not just plant expenses.
Right, it's, again, the models for unplanned emergencies or contingencies that you're trying to plan for, so personnel departures would be one of those. And by the way, I never thought of that until I reviewed other people's models and they had those in there. So this wasn't I was actually kind of like you, kind of interested to see that was in there. And when I read more about it, it was key personnel, so it's those kind of critical failure points.
But you agree, personnel is not planned.
I agree.
Excuse me, Ms. Hutt. Could you make sure your microphone is on?
Sorry.
Thank you.
And then Commissioner Kenny was just discussing whether or not if you pay overtime, it's going to be based on timesheets. So are you, the only way you're going to pay overtime to those two employees is if the commission mandates that you keep track of time?
No, I'm afraid due to the contested case and all that as soon as I come out of this case and get a ruling that we'll start implementing timesheets and overtime.
So you're going to implement overtime and timesheets regardless of the outcome of this case?
I think I have to.
I have nothing further. Thank you.
All right, public counsel.
Whenever you were talking with Commissioner Jarrett about the number of hours that the employees work per week, does the company allow employees who've worked a long day to take comp time or to come in late?
Sure, if it so merits.
All right. And also talking about the model for the emergency repairs, you said that this is an EPA model, is that correct?
It's based off of EPA management reporting, as well as I talked to some of my colleagues in the industry that are doing far bigger asset management systems and asked them how this was being done, and they shared with me some of their concepts and what they were doing.
Isn't it true that this model includes non-regulated utilities as well as a regulated utility, which Timber Creek is?
Oh, correct. Yes. As far as the examples where I pulled from, yes.
And also, looking at your listing of your estimations, I see one of the things that you've listed in here for customers to pay for with this emergency fund is environmental impacts, cleanup, restoration, and DNR fines.
Correct.
How is DNR fines an emergency situation that customers need to pay ahead of for?
If there is a significant event that happens, so the company's going to be faced with paying for all the cost of that event. So in the case of let's take the pump station example on Sunday. So if for some reason that the DNR felt like that was a complete error on the company's part or whatever, I'm not sure how they determine that, but they've been known to issue fines for unscheduled discharges to the waters of the state.
So it's the company's position that it's just and reasonable that customers pay ahead to protect the company against something that was the company's fault.
No.
And whenever you were talking with Commissioner Gunn about the gas well, you made statements about the odds of whether gas would be found, 50-50 odds about finding gas. Do you remember that?
Yes.
So basically, since what you're asking the commission to do is to have the customers fund future research, you believe that it is just and reasonable to gamble with the ratepayers' money on the odds that you find natural gas?
I wouldn't have done it if I didn't think there was a real opportunity for us to have the benefit of having natural gas and offsetting our electrical cost. So, yeah, I thought it was a worthwhile opportunity to try to take the risk, as you said, to see if we could not reduce our electrical cost, which had been a significant expense item.
But didn't you also say that you won't continue to do it if the ratepayers don't pay for it first?
Correct. Yeah, at this point, we're looking for commission direction as to, does this make sense?
No further questions. Thank you.
All right, redirect. Timber Creek.
Mr. Sherry, I guess we're doing redirect on both and what the commissioners asked. Starting with the salary increases. There were no salary increases during the test year, is that correct?
That's correct.
Why did you not do that then?
Because the company has been losing money. So the last 3 years, as I've said in my testimony, the net loss has been $42,000. So it's hard to justify giving merit or salary increases when the bottom line is negative.
So you were waiting until a rate case to be able to do that?
Correct. Yeah, I'd like to get back to a more reasonable rate structure and a cost of service in order to be able to give those salary increases.
Now, with respect to overtime, are we talking, you're talking about paying time and a half?
Yes.
Is that the normal payment for overtime?
Correct.
And you're doing this based on the legal opinion from your labor law attorney?
Yeah, the attorney very specifically said not going to make a ruling on the exempt, non-exempt, but you're certainly, for those positions that there is evidence that they have been non-exempt in other places, that you've now required them to fill out timesheets, which is exactly the evidence that they will use to file a claim.
And whether or not they win,
doesn't matter.
It's still going to cost you some money.
Correct.
You got to estimate what might cost?
I think his estimation was $30,000 to defend a claim.
Even if you win?
Correct.
I believe you kind of answered this. That you know that the employees are currently working overtime.
Yes.
Like you indicate, the office manager does it regularly each week?
Right. I actually, in a data request, I provided, the staff had asked me to provide evidence of overtime. So I provided evidence of door hangers, mileage logs that shows when those door hangers were delivered. I produced evidence of work orders that showed when work orders were completed for customer call-outs on those time frames in which that was done. I also provided evidence on the telemetry logs in which the systems made phone calls after hours to the operators in order to take care of issues. So all that evidence was produced and given to the staff for 2009. And that's what was used to determine the overtime calculation.
So the same, so the plant and collection system operator has worked overtime too?
Yes.
Based on that. You can prove some of that based on that?
Correct. So I'm sure, through that evidence, that based the calculations off of, quite frankly, as we've pointed out here, don't have timesheets, so I'm sure I've missed a number of items, but that's what I had the evidence for.
And plant collection system operator worked overtime this last weekend or since Sunday?
Yes, he has. He's got one of the shifts on the weekend. He got to do the cleanup too.
This occurred where at a park,
Yeah.
walking park?
Yeah, so Sunday it was in Prairie Creek Parkway. It's a streamway park, which is a very visible, it's a streamway park where there are bridges. It's a large asphalt walking and bike trail area. We cooperate with the Parks and Rec Department as far as the easements and how we access that. So literally people are walking by the pump station, which is where the failure were, and then as they make the first turn across the bridge, that's where the manhole was that actually surcharged, lifted the cone off, and the sewage was spilling out in the gap between the cone and the barrel at a fairly significant rate. And so we were contacted by, actually it was the public calling in.
Somebody taking a walk.
Yes.
The cone you're talking about, can you describe this about what it weighs?
It's several hundred pounds. It takes a machine to actually lift and put it into place. So it's a fairly, it's not something you're going to move by hand. It takes a machine to actually lift and move it.
Is that under control now?
Yes. Once we were contacted Sunday, we immediately respond. Actually, the operations manager was there within minutes because he takes this stuff very seriously. Was there and meeting the sheriff's office there, along with the public, along with the Parks and Rec Department. And so at that point, took immediate corrective steps to get the pumps bypassed, get it running, all that, so that way the surcharge situation wasn't continuing. And then once we had that in place, once you had that, there was also an immediate call out to specialists to figure out what was going wrong at the electrical panel.
Are you going to have to replace that panel? Or do you know that?
We don't know yet. That's why we're babysitting it.
With respect to the last rate case, you were not an employee of the company at the time?
Correct.
You said you worked for
I was an employee of Sprint. Yes.
you were a vice president of the company, and you've been involved in the company's operations for years, is that correct?
Yeah, I was as a officer and a board member and paid from 1995 to the 2008.
So you learned sewer experience then?
No, I mean, my career started, got an engineering degree from Rolla, and then worked as a engineer for Johnson County Wastewater from 1986 to 1991. At that time, I was promoted through Johnson County and ended up in director positions for Johnson County clerk until 1998. At that time, I went to Sprint in 1998 as executive and a director for Sprint, and worked there, or excuse me, in 1998, clerking through 2008. I was an executive at Sprint.
When did you started with Timber Creek?
I started with Timber Creek full-time as their president and general manager in February of 2008.
With respect to the Timber Creek's general manager position, what's been the history of salaries for that position?
From the inception of the company from 1995 through really up through the rate case of 2007, the company has grown, obviously, through number of customers and things like that. general manager position really did not exist in its early days. It was really just a pure operations, and then as more things came on, we had to bring in administrative clerical work. My father actually was then stepping in more and more from 2000 on to take care of the day-to-day operations of the company. He was unpaid for all those years of service, clerking through 2007. So at that point, through the rate case, we had grown to the size that we needed full-time professional staff, and that was part of the stipulation that we were talking about in 2007 to bring that on as a maturing of the company to actually bring on professional staff. So at that point, we decided there's a good chance to get that in place, got it done, and I think it's proven over the last 3 years to be a very value added to the company and to what we've been able to accomplish.
How's it added?
We've added in a number of ways, and that best practices have been put into place for the company and how we operate, manage, maintain. Our public relations has dramatically improved, as evidenced by the public hearing that we held here recently, by the number of customer complaints that we have. So not only are you seeing customer service and public relations, that have improved by having professional staff there, we've also seen that operation and maintenance is far more predictive as to what we're doing, how we're doing it. We have asset management systems in place. We're doing automated permitting systems. We've improved just a number of, operational areas.
So in the last rate case, you were acting as a consultant for the company?
Correct.
And were you paid for that?
I was not.
You requested $18,700.
Yes, what I did is I kept a timesheet and tracked the log and activity and have submitted that, and the staff have that as well. It is the thought is, or the way to approach that is, in 2007, when that rate case was going on, we used 2004 rate case expenses as a surrogate to determine rate case expenses. But this rate case, most likely 2007, we used it as surrogate, and that's kind of the approach we were taking going forward. But then as the case became contested, that is no longer seems to be relevant, I guess. But I'm confused as to when do you use surrogates from previous years, and when is it that you don't? I guess it's when you go to a contested case. So I'm having trouble with inconsistencies.
Right. Okay. The last case was not contested, so you use a surrogate? Is that what you're saying?
Correct.
In this case, it's contested, so we're talking about going to actual costs in this case?
That's where we stand at this point.
The reason the staff gave for disallowing the $18,000 figure was because you were an employee of the company?
That's what it stated in the testimony.
But you were not an employee of the company when you did the work?
Correct.
With respect to the exploring for alternative energy sources, you decided that your electric bills have been increasing dramatically?
Right. It's been 49% over the last roughly 3 years as an increase. So, and then we've had increase in usage of 5% over that same time span.
Basically, it's just the electric bill.
The electric bill's gone way up.
And with respect to the exploration or the fund for gas exploration or for exploration for alternative energy sources, you're not seeking to recover for the plant that you, well, for the gas well that you dug.
Right. It's not in use.
But you're using that as a basis of an amount that you think might be reasonable.
Yes.
Over a 3-year period.
Right. As I stated earlier in the testimony that we were talking before, is that have talked to a number of experts or consultants, if you will, about these other types of sources of energy and said, what would it take to get us some more detailed information on these various sources of energy, and so that we can make a better informed decision as to should we really invest, because these are significant investments, whether it be a wind generator, a solar panels, or even changing to a biogas. So before we do that, we need to have folks that we need case examples. We need to see what the production is. So we need some experts to come in and take a look at our situation and develop a report that we can sit down and really evaluate.
And this would take out pocket dollars to pay this.
Correct.
Staff indicated initially that it was not opposed to it.
I think conceptually they're in agreement with, doing something like that as a contingency repair fund, so that's not been strong opposition, I would say. I think they're conceptually in agreement with it.
They were concerned with the consumer safeguards.
Correct.
Are you willing to work with the staff and public counsel and come up with the necessary consumer safeguards?
Absolutely.
If they would state them?
Yeah, absolutely.
In your testimony, has anybody stated what they think they're?
No, it's apparently I've thrown out all the ideas and thoughts, and all I seem to get is we won't accept that.
Is this something that's also being handled in the working case?
Yeah, it was in the working case that was started in 2009. We had a meeting in November of 2009, which identified 3 issues that was plaguing the small companies, which was the PSC assessment, the contingency fund, or repair fund, emergency repair fund, and the rate case education. Those 3 topics, the PSC assessment was the highest priority. So from November 2009, we finally had got that issue. We found out we all disagreed on it in probably summer of 2010, and it took up till November of 2010 to get that in front of the commission for a direction. The contingency reserve fund was the second topic. We've had 1 exploratory meeting on that, and that's been it. So my concern is that while that's probably a good forum to have the discussion, it's taken us over a year to get 1 issue some direction on. And at this pace, the contingency reserve fund and these other items, they're going to be at least probably another year or longer before we get any sort of direction.
And you're looking for immediate relief at this time?
I have financial issues I need to deal with.
With respect to the disparity between the general manager salary and the plant operator's salary, can you explain how that occurred?
Yeah, the operations manager's job was the original operator for the company. So that was been in place since 2001, I believe. So that has been there since, well, almost a decade now. The general manager came on in 2008, really 2007, as part of the last rate case that the company did. But since it was new and through negotiations, we basically settled on a starting salary of $70,000. That being the case, at least it was a step in the right direction, but obviously, even at that time, it was paid less than the operations manager.
And Mr. Finnegan, could you be sure your microphone's on for us, please?
It's on, but let me get in front of me. Get in front of me, that might help.
All right, thank you.
I got to get over here so I can see everybody. Is that better?
That's much better.
Okay. And it's your goal in this case to get that disparity changed?
Yeah, at this point, I mean, you realize that the company's gone through a fairly fast evolution when it comes to kind of utilities of where we've been and kind of where we are today, and I hope where we're going. But as part of the maturing process, it's time to really sit back and take a hard look at what is the market conditions for those salaries. And look at your competitors, look at the other, when I say competitors, it's really for the same employee base, what are the skill sets, and that was the information I provided in my testimony to say, here is what is being paid in these other companies that have, similar like positions that aren't shared or aren't these quasi, contracted or whatever. These are full-time, operators or full-time managers that do, in this case, wastewater work.
And under your direction, the company has expanded its service area?
Yes.
First into Clay County.
Well, Clay County was in existence before I got there. There was 2 small subdivisions that we did there. The most recent case was we expanded roughly 2,900 to 3,000 acres here earlier in 2010 as part of a certificated case there, which in essence doubled the size of our certificated area.
And you've also been working with the city of Platte City to handle some of their waste?
Yeah, we work with them. The south side of Platte City, where they've had the most growth, is we provide wholesale services to them. And so they had continued to grow there, and we continue to support them both from a transport and treatment of those areas, as well as we consult with them quite frequently on just helping them run their system.
When dealing with the outside world, you are the face of Timber Creek?
Yes. When I say consult with Platte City, it's more they call up, hey, we got this problem. What do you guys do? How do you do it? So give them advice, tips, being good, professional associates.
But you have a contract with them also.
Yeah, the contract we have with them, and it's, in our annual report, but it's a treatment charge, so many dollars per thousand.
And you help negotiate that?
Yes.
Would you agree that it's a subjective determination to determine what to pay people?
There's a range.
There's a range.
I mean, and I think, everybody's going to have an opinion about what they should pay. So the reality of it is much like any of us that have gone to employment, you're going to sit down and negotiate that with your employer at those times, but on any given basis. But generally, you're going to take a look at what is the ranges in the market that you're in, and are you being competitive with those markets? So that's what I attempted to do when I looked at what is our salaries, but ultimately it is a subjective call within that range.
And you noted public counsel's testimony in this case is to reduce the salaries of all the employees?
Yeah, I found that fascinating since public counsel was involved in the 2007 case and didn't object to the current salaries at that time.
I'm going to object because that was a settled case, and so I'm going to say that any comments about what public counsel agreed to or did not agree to in the previous case is confidential settlement agreement talk.
Mr. Finnegan?
I think we could just leave it to talk about current such case, if that's all right.
Okay, I'm going to sustain the objection, and the remarks will be stricken.
I'm also going to object to the line of questioning. I don't believe this is based on questions asked from the bench or from counsel here. I believe this is information that should have been in direct testimony, and he's just now adding direct rebuttal and surrebuttal, and these are not
And I would
questions.
second that we've been very patient with the questions that have come across and the long-winded answers that have come across from this.
Mr.
What I
Finnegan?
could say is that according to my notes, these were questions that were raised by the
I believe the
opposing
questions
counsel.
you've asked were in relation to prior questions, and I'm going to overrule the objection.
Oh, with respect to Mr. Gunn asked something about the gas well, and you indicated you talked about a generator, but you didn't go forward with a generator. Did you go as far as getting an idea of the cost of a generator?
Yes, we did. We actually estimated, we actually had vendors come and give us estimations for, it was 130 kilowatt, because that was the right size that they had, for a natural gas generator. And I believe that those, if I'm trying to remember, but I believe a generator was $30,000. You had to have two of them, so $60,000. But with the switching gear and all the other appurtenances that you had to have, it was a roughly $120,000 investment.
And that would have done what to your electric bill?
We estimated with the production, if it had the production that we were hoping to see, obviously, but it would have taken the Prairie Creek plant and the office basically off the grid from paying electrical costs, which right now that's I would estimate right around $32,000 a year.
So it's something that could be paid for in what, 4?
It was just a little over 4 years.
Just a second, I think that's. Oh, there was some discussion from Ms. Baker about you not being a regional sewer district. You kind of indicated equivocally that, well, you're just like one. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, when it comes to operations, maintenance, in how we're constructed, how people view us, we're a regional sewer district. What Ms. Baker was, I think, trying to make the point is that we are not a public entity or a quasi-public entity. So I would agree with that. We are regulated by the Public Service Commission and not a nonprofit board or a city or municipality.
Do you usually find that public entities pay less than the private sector?
No, I think as Mr. Pringer, I would agree with the statement that the job is the job regardless of whether it's private or public.
I believe that's all the questions.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Finnegan. Mr. Sherry, I thank you for your testimony. You may step down. Commissioners, is it all right to finally excuse this witness?
Thank you very much.
And you are finally excused, Mr. Sherry.
Well, he'll be here the rest of the day and part of tomorrow, so if we're here, still here tomorrow.
All right. At this time, we're about 20 till 12. Do the parties want to break for lunch? Do they want to proceed with the next witness?
I think we could do one more witness. I don't know.
All right. You may
only have
proceed.
time.
Go ahead and call your next witness. Thank you.
I'd like to call Nyla Hagemeyer. I'd like to have marked Nyla Hagemeyer's direct testimony as Exhibit 11 and her rebuttal as Exhibit 12.
Please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Ott, you may proceed.
Good morning. Could you please state your name for the record?
Nyla Hagemeyer.
Whom are you employed in what capacity?
I am employed with the Missouri Public Service Commission as a Utility Management Analyst 3.
And are you the same Nyla Hagemeyer who has previously caused to be filed prepared direct and rebuttal testimony, which has been marked as Exhibit 11 and 12?
Yes, I am.
And with respect to your direct and rebuttal testimony, was that prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to make at this time?
No, I don't.
So if I were to ask you the same or similar questions that are contained in this direct and rebuttal, would the answers that you give today be substantially the same?
Yes, it would.
And would they be true and accurate to your best of belief, information, and knowledge?
Yes, they would.
With that, I'd like to offer Exhibit 11 and 12 into the record.
Any objections to the offering of Exhibits 11 and 12?
No objection.
Hearing none, they shall be received and admitted into the record.
I now tender Ms. Hagemeyer for cross-examination.
Cross-examination, public counsel.
Good morning, Ms. Hagemeyer.
Morning, Ms. Baker.
I just really have one question. In your experience, do other public utilities face Fair Labor Standards issues?
It's my understanding from the limited research that I have done is that companies that earn in excess of $500,000 a year do face Fair Labor Standards Act.
And have you found that they have time accounting systems?
We have not been to all of them, but now as we're going to each one of these, we're making sure that they have timesheets. We're recommending that.
But you have come across some in your review that have successfully implemented timesheets. Is that
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Timber Creek.
Just a question or two. Ms. Hagemeyer, you've been, have you had experience with Timber Creek Sewer Company over the years?
Yes, I have.
How long has that been, do you know?
The first time I went to Timber Creek was in 2003. Went back again for another rate case in 2007, and then again in 2010. So 3 times.
So you're kind of familiar with their operations?
I'd say so.
Would you say that they operate a good sewer system?
As far as I can tell, they do. I've spent most of my time with the office manager, and she does a good job.
Okay. In fact, you've kind of referred people to the office manager to, if they have some questions on some procedures?
I believe I have called her on 1 or 2 occasions and needed a copy of something, and she provided that for me.
Okay. That's all the questions I have.
All right. Any questions from the bench for this witness?
I don't have any questions. Thank you for your testimony, Ms. Hagemeyer.
Commissioner Gao.
I just have one, but I will warn you that as a lawyer in private practice, I used to hate filling out my billing sheets. I did do it in 6-minute increments, which will drive you crazy if you do it accurately, which I very rarely did.
They served a purpose, though, didn't they?
They did. Showed me how much time I was wasting during the day. But let me ask you a quick question. The concept of kind of a known loss versus an unknown loss is one of the things that I'm concerned about. So if you have salaried employees, from a revenue perspective, you know what you're paying out on a monthly basis, and so your monthly outlay of cash is a little smoother. Next to if you have significant overtime events that the timesheet may or may not kick in the requirement to do that, those cash outlays on a monthly basis can spike up or down, and you could have significant cash outlays 1 month when you have an incident like a control panel failure or something like that causes around the clock monitoring or something like that. Did you take that into account when you were making your general statements about the efficiency of timesheets, and if so, how did that balance out with other kind of savings that you may have found?
Well, I believe Mr. Pringer would have been the one that would have actually done the calculations on that if those were done. I'm not asking for anything great here, just something simple. And whether a person is exempt or not exempt, that really doesn't make any difference as far as keeping the timesheets. Because, for instance, I'm an exempt employee, but I have to keep timesheets.
And that's for assessment purposes,
that
partially?
Would be here, that would be, yes. I've never had a job where I didn't keep a timesheet.
All right. Okay, I don't think I have anything else. Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Commissioner Kenny?
Thank you.
All right, recross based on questions from the bench. Public counsel.
No, thank you.
Timber Creek.
Did you say no?
Yes.
My turn? Oh, I thought you. Oh, it's your witness. You're right. I'm
All right,
sorry.
then.
No question.
All right. Well, redirect.
I just have one thing related to Commissioner Gunn's question regarding the concept of known or unknown losses. Can timesheets then track what the overtime might be or projected overtime going forward would be?
Yes, they definitely can.
I don't have any other questions. Thanks.
All right, very well. Thank you, Ms. Hagemeyer, for your testimony. You may step down.
Thanks.
Okay. At this point, shall we break for lunch?
This probably is more appropriate time.
All right.
Thank you.
Why don't we go back on the record about 1:15? Right, we are back on the record, and staff, it looks like you're prepared to go with your next witness already here.
Yes, staff would like to call B. William Harris, and I'd like to mark his direct testimony as Exhibit 13. His rebuttal is Exhibit 14. The rebuttal of Exhibit 15.
And Mr. Harris, if you'd please raise your right hand for me. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you, and you may proceed.
Can you please state your name for the record?
V. William Harris.
And whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed as a staff auditor for the Missouri Public Service Commission.
And are you the same V. William Harris that has previously caused to be filed prepared direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal testimony, which has been previously marked for identification as Exhibits 13, 14, and 15?
Yes, I am.
And with respect to your prepared direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal, was that prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes, it was.
Do you have any corrections to make to your direct rebuttal or surrebuttal at this time?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same or similar questions as contained within this testimony, would your answers today be the same?
They would.
Would they be true, accurate, to your best knowledge, belief?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge.
With that, I'd like to offer Exhibit 13, 14, and 15 into the record.
Any objections to the offering of Exhibits 13 through 15? Hearing none, they shall be admitted and received into the record.
With that, I will tender Mr. Harris for cross-examination.
We'll begin cross-examination with the Office of the Public Counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Harris.
Good afternoon, Ms. Baker.
Is your rate case expense proposal based on actual costs to process the current rate case?
It's based on normalized cost of normalized historical cost of the most recent rate case
So,
to be updated through the period settlement period with current actual experiences as they become known.
so your answer is no, it is not based on the actual current costs for
Yes,
the current
that's
rate
correct.
case.
It's not based on the current cost.
Thank you. Is Public Counsel's rate case expense proposal based on the actual cost to process the current rate case, excluding the recommended disallowances known so far?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
No further questions. Thank you.
Cross-examination, Timber Creek.
Mr. Harris, if you look at your rebuttal testimony, just a couple questions. Page 6. You have a schedule at the top of the page here,
Yes, I do.
and you're showing revenues, which my understanding is starting with 12/31/07. These are from the annual report typically.
Some of them are from the annual report, some of them are from the last rate case, some of them are from this rate case.
I'm talking about, sorry, but the one with 12/31/07.
Starting with, well, actually with 12/31/06, yes, that would be the test year in the last rate case.
And then what is the figure for 9/30/07?
That was the known and measurable update period in the last rate case.
Now, so for 12/31/07, the figure 511,287, that was from the end of the report.
Yes,
And the same is true for the 662 and the 693, for the next column, and the 669, 736 in the following column.
correct.
Now, with respect to expenses, starting in 2007, you have $433,900 in the expense column, 12/31.
Oh, okay, yes.
That come from the annual report also?
Yes, it did.
Yeah, approach.
You may.
As attached to the sewer rebuttal testimony of Derek Sherry, exhibit number 6, shows the sewer operating revenues and expenses and statistics. If you've got a copy of that.
I do. I don't. Well, yes, actually, I do. Let me see. Did you say rebuttal?
Exhibit 6, sewer rebuttal.
Sewer rebuttal.
Yeah, the last 3 pages.
Okay.
Okay. You notice the first page S1 is page schedule DS11, 1 of 3. It shows the total operating. It shows the total operating revenues of 511,286.59, which is basically rounding off of the figure you utilized.
Yes.
Now, if I look at the total operating expenses, it's $537,691.40. Now, that is quite a bit higher than the one that you utilized.
Yes. Yes. The annual report is in a different format than the rate case. The way the rate cases are and EMS run, that the rates are based on is developed. S1 here in the annual report includes certain expenses that aren't on the income statement in the EMS run and in the rate case. There are 3 items actually. Well, actually there are 2 items, and then there's a third item that's not reflected in my table. The 2 items would be interest expense, and basically that's because interest expense is associated with balance sheet accounts as opposed to income statement accounts. It's recorded below the line, and so it's not an expense that's netted against revenues in the income statement. If it makes it easier to explain, I can refer back to the EMS run in this case or in the last case. But basically, as I say, it's related to an asset and becomes more of a balance sheet associated account as opposed to an income statement account. Then also income taxes, which I don't know this particular year. The schedule doesn't include S3. They're under line item 19, tax expenses. It would not include, my table would not include any income taxes because that's also calculated in after net operating income. We have a line item called net operating income before taxes. And then the third item, this table I developed that you're referring to on page 6 is I was looking at cash inflows and outflows, the inflow of revenue, the outflow of expense. So what's included on S1 in the annual report and not included on my table is depreciation expense, because depreciation expense is not an out-of-pocket expense. It's not something that the company writes a check for and to the depreciation store, if you will. So there's no cash outflow involved. So what the table involves is the net, if you will, of expenses that are netted against the revenues, and that would not include the interest expense, because in the rate making process, the interest goes into a different calculation for rate. There's a rate of return that's calculated on the rate base, which is based on interest expense, and then, like I say, the taxes are an add-on. It might be easier to explain if you go to the EMS run. I think that was identified as account. I didn't get all the exhibits written down this morning, but it would be staff accounting schedule. I'm not sure if that would have been 1, 2, or 3, I think. But on
I believe it's exhibit 7.
And which one is it? Oh, 7? Okay. On accounting schedule 1, there are 3 items, or there are basically 3 pieces, if you will, that go into the gross revenue requirement. And one is, the top one is the rate of return, which is calculated on financial information, including the interest expense. That's taken by the rate base to come up with a net operating income requirement. Then there's the middle piece, the net income available, which is what I'm looking at, and I think Mr. Sherry is referring to in his testimony, where he states income minus expense. That's the net income, and that's the piece that involves all the income and expense items except for interest expense and income tax. And then the third piece is the income tax requirement. So this table, as initially in Schedule 6, doesn't have the interest expense because that's in the income or in the revenue requirement calculation for rate of return, and it doesn't have the income tax expense. Those are the differences. If you take, if you go back to Schedule or DS, let me see, Mr. Sherry's schedule.
DS 11.
Yes. Okay, if you the first year for instance here, 2007. If you look at S1, it shows the $537,691 total operating expense.
Also shows a net loss of $26,404 too.
Right. Again, it's because we're comparing 2 different things. But if the 537, what my 400 and let me see, 2007, the 500 and I guess the question was so long ago I forgot now what it was. I
was looking at, maybe this will clarify it. The operating expenses shown on the annual report to the commission was $537,691.40.
Right.
And which produced a net loss of $26,000.
Okay, my schedule didn't address losses, so but if you go to my schedule, it's the 537,691. The 2007 annual report here. It's showing revenues, actual revenues of $448,044. Okay, that's the 537,691 that is shown in the income statement or the sewer operating revenues, expenses, and statistics, page S1 in the annual report, minus the line 20, which is the interest expense of $89,647.19, minus lines 16 and 17, which is depreciation expense and kind of a contra account in the form of amortizations of contributions and aid of construction, and the $537,000 net, the interest expense and the depreciation amortization expense brings you to the $448,044. And so that's, if you're trying to tie the 2 together, that's how those are tied.
But
I realized when I read Mr. Sherry's testimony, it was a little confusing on my table, so I changed some of the headings and reworded them so it would make more sense, and I reran the calculations using different headings, and I addressed some of his concerns ultimately in 2 and expanded upon it.
Okay, and just to follow up on this, on Schedule DS 11, page 2 of 3 is for the year 2008. The revenue figure 662 to 693 is the same as the figure you used for 2008. The total operating expenses shown on the annual report or $646,659.71, as opposed to your $547,133. Is that correct?
Let me flip back to mine. I'm still looking at his. Okay. I think what I'll do there. Okay. Would you ask that question again, please?
Okay, on Schedule DS11, page 2 of 3, it shows
Yes.
the operating revenues is the same as you show, 662,693, but when it total operating expenses on the annual report are $646,659.71, where you have $547,133.
Right.
Is that correct?
The 646,000, yes, minus the interest expense on line 20, and the depreciation expense brings you to the 547,133, or ties to the 547,133 in my table.
And then the same would be true for Schedule DS11, page 3 of 3, where it shows operating revenues is 669,940. You're a little off on that one. You're 669,736. And for expenses, you have 634,350. And according to the annual report, the total operating expenses were $702,000. Said 64 cents. Is that correct?
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you'd asked the question.
Yeah, I mean, is this true?
The 702,000 that's on S1 ties to the 547 with the subtraction of the interest expense on line 20 and the depreciation and amortization expenses on 16 and 17.
I'm sorry. This is for 2009. It would be 634,300.
Or 634,350, yes. Minus the 702 minus the 55, 532 minus the 128,187 plus the 116,068 ties to the 634,350.
But in the real world, the company lost $26,000 in 2007, made $16,000 in 2008, and lost $32,060 in 2009, based on their annual report. Is that correct?
My table on page 6 shows the rate-making world. I wasn't addressing the real world in that table.
Okay. Unfortunately, Timber Creek lives in the real world and didn't make any money in those years. They actually lost money over those 3 years.
If you look at expenses and that are associated with balance sheet accounts and assets and subtract them from revenues that are flowing in, then it would appear to be a loss, yes.
Your Honor, I'd want to point out that counsel is making statements and making opinions about the testimony rather than just asking questions.
I'm on cross-examination here. I can ask legal questions.
No, but he's making statements about what these tables mean to him, and I just want to point that out.
I understand, counsel, and the commission recognizes that Mr. Finnegan is not offering testimony today.
Just one further follow-up on this. My understanding, this table is related to the surrogate 2000 rate case expense based on 2007, but it probably won't even be applicable if we go to the current rate case expense. Is that correct?
Would you ask that again?
Okay, that this table relates to the reasonableness of including anything in the 2007 surrogate rate case expense.
What this table was designed to reflect is what the rates, the level of revenues and the level of expenses that the current existing rates were based on. And those levels were $457,131 worth of revenue, $518,541 of expense. And that's what the rates were established using. Then the table shows subsequent events since then, actual revenues and actual income statement expenses, to determine how much revenues were collected above the amount of the level of revenues that the rates were based on, and how much expense was incurred above the level of expense that the rates were based on. After reading Mr. Sherry's testimony, I addressed the possible concerns that you're expressing now. I included, like I started to say earlier, I made maybe perhaps more easily understandable headings such as revenue dollars to read revenue dollars and rates, and expense dollars and rates, and ran some new figures using the interest expense line 20 in the annual report, and also using the interest expense and the depreciation expense and the amortization expense. And I even recalculated in some instances using income taxes. And with all of those things combined, which would run it up to the $646,000 at the bottom of 2.3 that you're talking about, 2 of 3, it clearly indicates that there still were excess revenues collected over expenses incurred, and it's largely responsible for the number of customers over here in the third column, because the company has grown so much over the last few years from 1,100 and some customers to over 1,500. The revenues have escalated faster than the expenses, and so that is why there's that much of a net difference after you account for all the expenses. There were still excess revenues collected because of the increase in customers. Where customers are increased and you get dollar for dollar increase in revenues, that's not always true with expense. There's only certain expenses that increase, and there are certain fixed costs that don't increase. So you can increase revenues a lot quicker through customer growth than what your expenses would normally increase, and that's why there's a difference reflected between the revenues that have been collected since the last rate case, based on what the rates were set on, as opposed to the expenses that have been incurred since the last rate case based on what those rates were set on.
But, okay, let me say, if I understand it from your SR rebuttal testimony, Exhibit 15, you've kind of moved on from looking at past expenses. Instead, we're looking at the actual rate case expenses incurred in this case as we are incurring them now. Is that not correct? That will be normalized over a period?
I don't know that I'm following your questioning.
Well, okay. On page 2 of your SR rebuttal testimony, at the last line, or on line 17, you say staff will work with Timber Creek and Public Counsel to establish an ongoing normalized level of rate case expense based on the actual cost the company incurs in this case.
Okay. Would you go back to the beginning there?
Okay.
It was this rebuttal testimony you're referring to?
SR rebuttal testimony.
SR rebuttal.
Page 2, and it seems to me that you are making a course change. And you're saying now that we're going to determine the rate case expense based on the actual cost in this case, and not go back and look at the past expenses.
No, the staff's policy has not changed at all on that since the direct case. As I've stated throughout my testimony, staff has normalized rate case expense in its direct filing because the company said they had no rate case expense currently. And in my direct filing, I indicated at that time that it was expected with the going to hearing. In fact, it might be easier for me just to read it. The staff's position in in my direct, after the normalization, of course, was that the company is expected to incur additional legal expenses due to the rate case proceeding, evidentiary hearings, and so on. Additional costs that are reasonably incurred will be considered for inclusion later in the case. So it's always been staff's intent, as rate case expense became known, to incur that was prudent and reasonable. It's just we have to know what it is before we can start to incur it.
And then in your rebuttal testimony, you again state that staff will work with Timber Creek and Public Counsel
Yes.
to establish an ongoing normalized level of rate case expense based on the actual cost the company incurs in this case.
Yes.
And that's what we're looking forward to, right, in this case?
Yes.
That's all the questions I have.
All right, questions from the bench. Commissioner Jarrett?
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
I just have a couple of questions. Have you been involved? You've been involved in several of these small water company cases, correct?
Yes, Commissioner, including the last few with Timber Creek.
Okay. And now Timber Creek's last rate case was settled. Is that correct?
Yes, it was.
It was a total settlement?
Yes.
Do you normally have some involvement in rate case settlement discussions?
Yes.
All right. Have you ever seen in a settlement where the rate case expense from the settled case, there's a clause in there, something to the effect that rate case expenses will either, like you say, be normalized over the next 3-year period or will be addressed in the next rate case? Is that something you've ever seen before in a settlement?
I don't recall specifically seeing it in a settlement because I may have prematurely answered your question. In this last case I was involved in the settlement. I don't know that and normally on a small water and sewer company, I am involved in the settlement. I don't recall seeing anything, though, as far as organized language stating rate case expense specifically. I wouldn't be surprised to see something like that as one of the ingredients or one of the stipulations in the settlement. I don't recall specifically seeing one.
In this case, I mean, in the last rate case.
In the last rate case, it was not addressed.
Right, but in any settlement, any case that you've been involved in settlement negotiations, have you seen those clauses?
I would not be surprised to see one. I don't remember one specifically.
Okay. I have no further questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Gunn?
Thank you.
Recross based on questions from the bench. Public Counsel?
No, thank you.
Timber Creek? Any redirect?
Yes, I would like to have marked as Exhibit 16 the chart in which Mr. Harris was referring to several times.
That's the separate one that's part of his testimony? Okay.
Am I allowed to clarify what it is? Okay. I had mentioned after reading Mr.
Hey, Mr. Harris, wait,
Oh,
wait.
okay.
Yes, wait until council directs you here.
Is this 17, 16?
7. Mr. Harris,
16.
can you please explain what you're looking at?
Okay. After reading Mr. Sherry's rebuttal, or surrebuttal, I realized that some of the headings on this table in my testimony were probably not very clear. I knew what it was, what each column was representing, but it probably wasn't very clear to the reader. So in an attempt to make it clearer, and let me just flip back here to his testimony. For instance, and this is one of the things that made me realize I needed to do something to make it more easily explained, was on page 5 of Mr. Sherry's surrebuttal. He indicates utilizes rate dollars as a constant for revenue and expenses, and goes on to explain that Timber Creek's accountant staff are unaware of this accounting practice, and that its standard is revenue minus expenses. And I thought I didn't make it very clear as to what these rate dollars, if you will, are.
When you're talking about rate dollars, can you explain that?
Okay, what I meant, and I'm going to flip back over to my original table so I can compare the two. What I mean by rate dollars is the revenue dollars that rates were set on, or the rates that were in the case, and rates were therefore established based on those rates,
You say in
or
the
those
case.
revenues.
Are you referring to this case or the prior rate case?
No, I'm referring to the prior rate case. To go back to my rebuttal testimony, just so you can compare the two and understand what it is I'm trying to clarify. On page 6 of my rebuttal testimony, the headings, on 12-month ended, I changed to date period. The description is basically has not changed, except I wanted to address different scenarios so that there would be a lot of food for thought here. And so, to that original table, the first table at the top includes the depreciation expense. Because although it's not a cash outflow, it is expense that could be netted against revenue. The second table includes the depreciation and the interest expense and the income taxes as well. Then the third table just includes interest expense and the income taxes.
And you're reading from column B.
Right, column B. So I've used 3 different scenarios here, and they all ultimately come up with the same result, just slightly different amounts of it. But column D, well, column C, first of all, number of customers stays the same. Column D, revenue dollars, I've hopefully made it a little clearer. We're talking about the actual operating revenues, either established in the case, in the case of the known and measurable update 9/30/2007, or in the 2007 annual report, 2008 annual report, and 2009 annual report. Then the next column, column E, at the table it says rate dollars, and I've changed that in column E to reflect revenue dollars in rates. So D is the actual operating revenues, E is the revenue dollars that were in rates, and as you notice, that stays constant, and it will stay constant until there's a new rate set, until there's revenue dollars in this case, and the new rates are established based on those revenue dollars.
Okay, now column F.
And column F is simply the actual operating revenues that have been collected, netted against the revenues that the rates are based on.
So is that when you took D, the column D minus the column E to get column F?
Yes, and then the 714 below that is the cumulative amount since the last rate case.
And that number has not changed for
No.
your three scenarios.
True, because I didn't, none of the scenarios changed the expense. The revenues have been constant. It's only what expenses are included or not included. And like I say, the one in the middle includes them all, so there's no question. Continuing on over into column G, it's basically, on the right-hand side, it's basically the left-hand side, repeated only its expenses instead of revenues. So on my table, where it says expense dollars, that's now reflected as in column G as actual operating expenses. H, the table says rate dollars. It now reflects column H as expense dollars in rates.
And when you say in rates, that's their
That the rates were based, that the rates were established on in the last rate case. That was the level of expenses in the last rate case that the rates were established using. And again, that's remained the same and will remain constant until this case establishes a new expense level that these new rates will be based on.
Now, looking at your chart in column H, the number changes per your scenario. Can you explain that?
Could you just repeat that again a little slower? Column H.
So it appears you have three scenarios here.
Yes.
That number is the same in scenario 1 for all the years, but then it changes for scenario 2 and then scenario 3. Can you explain that?
And which number are you referring to? The 555?
In column H, the
Column H, okay. That is because those expenses in the first table, that includes the expense dollars that were in rates for depreciation expense. It changes in the second table because the second table includes the expense dollars included in rates for all the expenses to include depreciation expense, interest expense, and income taxes. Then the third table, it changes to expense dollar and rates. The column H changes because that table reflects all the expenses and rates for all taxes. I mean, all expense, including interest expense and income tax, but not depreciation expense.
So what is the result of these three scenarios?
Okay, in each of the scenarios, if you take the cumulative expense, the revenues, and net the cumulative expenses against them, there is an excess of cumulative revenues over cumulative expenses. In other words, there's been more dollars above that amount set in rates for revenues collected than there has been dollars above expenses established in rates that have been incurred under each scenario. It's just a case of which scenario you look at, what level it is. But even in the lowest level, the one at the bottom, there's still the cumulative revenues less the cumulative expenses from the actual results that the company has experienced since the last rate case show $243,000 more in revenue collected than expense incurred.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I don't have anything else.
Mr. Harris, thank you for your testimony. You may step down.
All right.
And staff may call its next witness.
Judge, may I admit that in the record?
Yes, you may offer it at that time. We got an offering of exhibit number 16. Do you hear any objections to that offering?
Yes, Your Honor, I don't object to it.
I know what's going on here.
First time I've seen it, we haven't had a chance to figure the repercussions out of it.
Well, Mr. Finnegan, I don't know that that's a valid legal objection for that particular piece of evidence. The commission is willing to give you time, though, if you wish to, since it didn't come in pre-filed testimony, if you want some additional time to perhaps file some response to that.
I don't think so, Your Honor. I'll withdraw my objection.
All right, very well. Exhibit 16 will be admitted and received into evidence.
Staff would like to call Martin Hummel. I'd like to mark as Exhibit 17 Martin Hummel's direct testimony, and as Exhibit 18 Martin Hummel's rebuttal testimony.
And Mr. Hummel, if you'd please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Can you please state your name for the record?
My name's Martin Hummel.
And whom are you employed in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as a engineering or regulatory engineering specialist.
And are you the same Martin Hummel that has previously caused to file prepared direct and rebuttal testimony, which have been previously identified as Exhibit 17 and 18?
Yes.
And with respect to your direct and rebuttal, was that prepared by you or under your direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to your direct or rebuttal at this time?
No.
And if I were to ask you the same or similar questions as contained within that testimony, would your answers that you would give today be the same or substantially similar?
Yes.
Would they be true and accurate to the best of your information, knowledge, and belief?
Yes.
And with that, I'd like to offer Exhibit 17 and 18 into the record.
All right, any objections to the offering of Exhibits 17 and 18?
No objection.
Right. None, they shall be received and admitted into the record.
And I will tender Mr. Hummel for cross-examination.
Right. Cross-examination starting with public counsel.
No questions, thank you.
With Timber Creek.
No questions.
All right. Any questions from the bench for Mr. Hummel?
Good afternoon, Mr. Hummel.
Good
I think I
afternoon.
just have just one question. Does staff normally encourage companies like Timber Creek to look for alternative forms of energy when they can save money on fuel costs?
We would encourage that wherever we could in terms of any, not just alternative energies, but any methods to reduce the cost. Whether it could be conservation as well as alternative energy production.
Right, and I understand from your testimony that you just feel that in this instance, this was too speculative to be a valid.
Yes, it was a speculative venture, I do believe.
Okay, that's all I had. Thank you.
Commissioner Dunn.
Yeah, I just have a quick question. On your rebuttal testimony, you say that the comparison between wind, solar, and natural gas is not valid because he didn't take into account the possibility that natural gas won't be there.
Correct.
But if you assume that natural gas is going to be there,
I would not assume that.
I'm asking you to. So what I'm asking you to is, if you assume, because the wind doesn't always blow and the sun doesn't always shine as well,
Correct.
right? But if you assume that there is solar power, if one were to assume that solar power is available, and one were to assume wind power was available, however variable that might be, and you assume natural gas is available, because you wouldn't put a generation facility in if there wasn't natural gas facility, then so if you make those assumptions, are the payback comparisons legitimate? Or
Yeah, I see what you're saying. Yes, if you can assume that there is natural gas available, then these comparisons that Mr. Sherry used in his testimony would be valid.
Okay. All right. That's the only question I had. Thank you.
Any recross based on questions from the bench, public counsel? Timber Creek.
No questions.
Staff has no redirect.
Right there. Okay. Very well. It was very quick for you, Mr. Hummel. You may step down.
Thank you.
I believe it's Mr. Bush's turn.
Staff would like to call James Bush. 19, the direct testimony of James Bush. As Exhibit 20, the rebuttal testimony of James Bush. And as 21, the rebuttal testimony of James Bush.
Mr. Bush, if you'd raise your right hand, please. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. And you may proceed.
Can you please state your name for the record?
James A. Bush, B-U-S-C-H.
Whom are you employed in what capacity?
I am employed by the Missouri Public Service Commission as the manager of the Water and Sewer Department.
And are you the same James Bush that has previously caused to file prepared direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal testimony, which has just been marked for identification as Exhibit 19, 20, and 21?
I am.
And with respects to your direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal, was that prepared by you or under direct supervision?
Yes.
Do you have any corrections to make to that testimony at this time?
Not at this time.
And if I were asked to ask you the same or similar questions as contained within your direct, rebuttal, and surrebuttal, would the answers given today be substantially the same?
They would.
And would they be true and accurate to your best knowledge, belief, and information?
Yes.
With that, I'd like to offer Exhibit 19, 20, and 21 into the record.
Any objections to the offering of Exhibits 19, 20, and 21?
No objection.
Okay. Hearing none, they'll be admitted and received into the record.
Staff would like to tender Mr. Bush for cross-examination.
Cross-examination starting with Public Counsel.
No questions, thank you.
Timber Creek.
Mr. Bush, regarding the PSC assessment issue in this case, which involving the pass-through proposal, Timber Creek, you're saying that would be single-issue rate making?
I believe so, yes.
What about pass-through of gross receipts tax and franchise fees? Is that single-issue rate making?
I'm going to object to the cause for a legal conclusion.
You just gave a legal conclusion.
It'll be overruled.
What I'm familiar with on gross receipts tax is that when a company, they are taken out of the company's cost of service. They are not included in the company's cost of service. So like, for instance, when a company comes in for a rate increase, one of the first things the auditors do is they pull out those revenues. So they're not involved in that cost of service, whereas the PSC assessment is a part of the company's cost of service. So I don't necessarily look at that as the same.
And why isn't the franchise fee considered a cost of service? They got to pay it.
I don't know.
Are you aware that Timber Creek is proposing that we take it out of the company's cost of service and pass through directly in this case?
I am familiar that they want one of their proposals is to pull the PSC assessment out and do a straight pass through.
Right, and identifying same on the bill as a PSC assessment.
That is correct.
And the gross receipts tax is an assessment on the utilities gross receipts. It's a tax on the utilities gross receipts.
I'm assuming that. I'm not here to discuss gross receipts tax.
Well, there is a similarity, though, isn't there?
I'm not familiar that all gross receipts taxes is passed on the customer's bill separately.
Aren't you aware that a lot of utilities pass on gross receipts taxes separately?
Not a specific line item on their bill. No, I'm not.
Have you ever seen a Kansas City Power and Light bill?
No, I have not.
I'm going to object to the relevance of the testimony as far as the use and the background of gross tax receipts in this case. This is beyond the issues for the case. I understand how it connects as far as making the point why one is and one isn't passed through, but I think we've gone beyond that particular issue.
Mr. Finnegan?
It's in our testimony, and Mr. Sherry's rebuttal, comparing this PSC assessment to gross receipts taxes is basically, it's the same thing. This is a tax on the utility under a different name, but it's a state agency that's enforcing an assessment, which is the same as taxes. And I can't see any difference.
The objection will be overruled. We'll allow the testimony.
With respect to the contingency fund, I understand your objection to this is that, you're not objecting to it.
Staff is not recommending that a contingency fund for Timber Creek be established at this time.
Because there's no safeguards at this point?
As I think what was mentioned earlier today, this would be a creative way to address one of the issues that's impacting the small water and sewer companies. There are a lot of issues that need to be ironed out to ensure that it is set up properly so that once it's established, it'll be established in a way that can be utilized for more than just Timber Creek. So at this time, with some of the information that we've seen through the testimony of Timber Creek, we're not prepared to say that it can be established at this time.
You're not interested in even an exploratory or an experimental treatment in this case to see how things work?
I am not, because the fear is if you set something up haphazardly, quickly, just to try to satisfy one particular party, and it backfires tremendously, we may never have an opportunity to do one again because of the unintended consequences that occur that we didn't think about, completely destroyed the ability to do it for any other company. When I think about this issue, and I've been thinking about it for a while, I want to make sure that we get it set up properly for all of the companies that have the ability to utilize it, and to take a chance on doing it really wrong the first time and never being able to bring it up again or having a lot of doubts about that is just something that I don't think is a prudent thing to do right now.
If the commission were to order you to do this in this case and to come up with safeguards that you think are reasonable for consumers, and the whole methodology maybe over the next 3 months we'd work on this together and get it?
If the commission orders staff to do that, staff will work very hard to get that accomplished by the deadline they set.
Okay. That's all the questions.
Questions from the bench? Mr. Garrett.
Good afternoon, Mr. Bush.
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
How are the PSC assessments normally handled in a rate case?
The PSC assessments in a rate case are, I'm assuming, are normally handled. The amount that the assessment is what's built into the rates as a part of the cost of service and then passed along to the consumers in that manner.
Okay, and do you know in this case, was that part of this? I guess it wasn't part of the settlement agreement, but is staff recommending enough to cover assessments in the company's rate base?
It's my information that whatever the amount of the assessment was that came out last July is the amount that's built into rates for this case.
Okay. Now, you're the director of the water division, correct?
The manager, yes.
The manager.
I don't know which is a better term.
I don't know. I may have just given you a promotion. I don't know. Are you involved in settlement negotiations routinely in these types of small water rate cases?
I don't get involved necessarily that I'm there talking to all the parties, but I do get updates from my staff, and I talk to the auditors and the EMSD folks. So I'm aware of what's going on, but I'm not necessarily in the room every single time we have settlement negotiations.
Well, I'll ask you this question. You may not know the answer, but I want to ask it. Is it considered a matter of routine settlement agreements before the commission that they include a provision providing for rate case expenses to be handled in a future case?
That I'm not aware of. I believe that our auditors try to look at the fact that there is some rate case expense normally, and a lot of the small cases are done within the 150-day window. So there's not a lot of outside consulting or attorney's fees or stuff like that. But I assume that there might be a little bit of rate case expense that is built into the cost of service, but there's not. I don't think that is specifically spelled out in any sort of the agreements.
Right. I guess what I'm trying to understand is, I mean, rate case is a normal expense that is recovered in rates. And in this case, it wasn't. This was a settlement agreement, and apparently they weren't recovered. And so the company's now coming forward and asking for the rate case expense from the last rate case. So I'm wondering what happened with that case that doesn't happen with any other rate case that comes before us. I mean, normally companies don't come before us in a rate case and say, we want recovery for rate case expenses in the last rate case. Did something fall through the cracks in the agreement?
Referring to that last case, I wasn't on the water sewer staff at that time, so I haven't really gone back and looked at the whole issue of what happened at that case that put us to where we are today.
Okay.
I just don't know.
All right. Thanks. No further questions. Commissioner?
Just to follow up on that question, when you do a stipulation and agreement, do you typically believe that all issues in that case are resolved through, if it's a global stipulation and agreement rather than partial, that all issues are resolved in that case based on the stipulation and agreement?
If we have a disposition agreement that is signed by all three parties or signed by the company staff and not opposed to by the Office of Public Counsel, it is my understanding that everybody is signing off that it's a done deal.
And there are no outstanding issues in that particular rate case?
People
as a general matter?
As a general matter. They may go away not necessarily happy with it, but there's no more issues to be resolved at that time.
Okay, let me, I want to move on to the contingency fees of this. So, part of your testimony seemed to indicate that part of the issue was, it was a time issue. That at the point in which this was getting to close to the hearing, that there just simply wasn't enough time to design a safeguard system that would get you comfortable with a contingency arrangement. Is that correct?
That is one aspect of it, yes.
So let me ask you to flesh that out a little bit. What are the issues in a contingency? Let's put aside any legal bars for this. Let's assume that the statute gives us authority in order to do it. What are some of the issues that concern you? And forget about the implementation aspect of it too, because one of the great things about PSC cases is that they have absolutely no precedential value. So if we screw something up, we can always come back and fix it in the next rate case, which helps me sleep a lot better at night. But tell me in terms of, so not things that affect other cases, but in this particular case, what are the issues that concern you about having this contingency fee?
And this would not be an exclusive list because
sure,
I don't know that I've come up with everything. But some of the things that strike me would be, and some of the ones I will admit that Mr. Sherry has kind of addressed some of those. What type of account would be set up? How would what level of expense? What types of expenses would be included? What types of expenses or capital improvements would not be included? What the reporting requirements would be? How often would they have to let staff and public counsel know what's going on? What would the cap be? How high would it go? At some point in time, assuming that you had built in a certain amount to be collected on a monthly basis per customer, if you reach that cap, what would trigger, or how would those no longer be collected since it's built into, maybe the cost of service. All of a sudden now you have to have another case come in to pull that out. Is there a secondary tariff that's in the background that says date certain, or when the fund reaches a certain level, it automatically, the monthly or the consumer rate falls? Who had the company? When would they have access to the funds? If an emergency would happen, that something that we had already agreed to, or is a type of situation that they could get to the funds, would the company first be allowed to expend the funds and then come back in and say, oh, by the way, we just expended $20,000, or do they have to come into staff and or public counsel? Do they have to come to the commission? Who's the one who signs off on that? Is it something that the company itself has sole discretion on getting the funds? What happens when the company gets sold? As of right now, if it's a transfer of assets, they have to come in before the commission to get permission. But if it's just a 100% sale of stock, we may never know about it till 6 months after the fact when we go out to do an inspection. What would happen to those dollars? Whereas, we may not have an issue with Mr. Sherry. He may sell it to somebody not know about it, and that person goes, ooh, I got $100,000 that's sitting around here. I can do whatever I want with it. So those are the types of issues that, make me want to pause before I go ahead and say, I'm comfortable going through that right now in the time frame that we have. We got the WW case. I agree with Mr. Sherry that we focused on the assessment first. This was the second, kind of the second issue. We haven't been able to get a lot of work done on it, but it's we're changing the way, or potentially changing the way that has worked for decades. Let's make sure that we do it properly and vet out all those issues.
So I'm not going to ask you to sign off on a proposal, obviously, but I'm going to ask you if we give you a hypothetical and see if you are more comfortable with it than you would be currently. So if we said, okay, they've asked for $170,000 in contingency, we say, you know what, this is a pilot program, so we're going to give you $75,000. We're going to give you less than half of that. We're going to pull out, and I think to Ms. Baker's point, which you made earlier, we're going to pull out anything that may be paying for violations of state law or regulations or federal law or regulations. We're going to say you can't use it for departing employees. We're going to say you may use it for pipes in the ground, basically. And before you use it for pipes in the ground, before you can spend $1 of that, you have to come back and get approval from the PSC. And maybe you can say unless staff and public counsel don't object. If in their review they say that they believe that it's prudent, they don't object, then they can go ahead and do it. But would controls like that make you feel more comfortable with an arrangement?
It's definitely those types of controls are things that we want to have on. So you're getting more comfortable, but there's still issues that could be out there that we're not.
Okay, so let me ask you this question. If you had more time, if we said, look, we're going to put you in a room, all right, and we want you to, and if we called it a pilot program, because you're right, this hasn't really been done before, and there are implications to other people. I mean, do we want Missouri American coming in saying we want a contingency fee and we want it to be $100 million? So, those may not be things that we want to have, or they may be things we want to have. But if we said, okay, we've got a fairly small water company here, water and sewer. They've requested this. Is there a pilot program that we could set up? Do you think, given more time, and by more time I'm not talking about like a year to do a rate making, but I'm saying that if we put everybody in a room and said, look, after the evidentiary hearing closes, is there any way you guys could get together and come up with conditions that you think could be agreed to by everybody that would make a pilot program make sense? If you're saying that there is opposition to it and more time really isn't going to get you there because it's a much longer process than we have in this case, then we're just going to have to decide how we feel about it. we're just going to have to decide up or down, and if we put conditions on, we'd have to do it ourselves. But do you think, given the time frame of this case, do you believe that it would be possible in the time frame of this case to come up with a pilot program that would be acceptable to all the parties? I know I'm putting you on the spot. I'm not going to hold you to your answer, and obviously you're not the company and you're not the Office of Public Counsel.
And before you answer that, just as a reminder, the operational law date in this case is April 10th.
Is it possible? Many things are possible. Is it probable? I'm
looking for whether it's worth us doing. And because if not, then we just are going to have to decide. We're going to have to take this evidentiary hearing as it stands. We're going to have to come in and decide whether there are things that the commissioners are comfortable with, in order that says, both on the legal side about whether the statute authorizes it. We'll have to cross that threshold issue, and then we'll have to decide and craft something that, if we want to do it, we craft ourselves. So that's I'm not looking for it was technically possible for me to win the Mega Millions yesterday. Not likely to happen, and I certainly wouldn't make a bet on it. But I'm looking for is it worth us saying, hey, in a briefing schedule, let's take one more shot at this and see if we can figure this out to resolve one of. Actually, I want to compliment. I think you've done a pretty good job of narrowing the issues. We have five issues here, all of them with pretty. The answers are there somewhere, and I'm giving you a shot to say yes or no. But either, I want you to be honest with me. If you don't think that it's possible to happen, and if you don't think that it's likely to, I want to know that too.
With the operational law date where it is, and knowing what has to be done with the rate case, with having to build it into the rates and everything else, it really limits even more the time. I don't see the extra 30 days that we would have, 45 days, to get the appropriate staff involved and the company and the OPC involved. I don't see that happening.
That is a fair answer, and I appreciate it. I don't have anything else.
I don't believe there's any other questions from the bench. Any recross, Public Counsel? Timber Creek?
Yes, just a couple questions. In response to Commissioner Gunn, with respect to, you said you have to build it into rates. Could it not be a surcharge of 50 cents, like we're proposing a 50-cent surcharge, which does not have to go into rates?
That would be one possibility. I don't know that staff would be in favor of something like that.
And in response to one of the first questions from Commissioner Gunn, you gave a litany of conditions that you were considering. It seems like you're almost there. I don't know how many more. I'd have to read the transcript to see what all he said, but apparently you had a lot of good questions. And we're talking about a pilot program, and Timber Creek is certainly amenable to it.
I don't look at this necessarily just as, I'm looking at this more, when we build this, it's going to be a blueprint for many other ones to follow. So even though I think we have established that there are, some of the things that we are concerned about, to come into complete agreement on those, I think are going to be difficult with all the parties. And I think there are other issues that are out there that, once we get people, we really get down to it, we might find out. So.
But this is Timber Creek's rate case right now. This is its.
I understand.
This is its chance to get it, or won't be back for another 3 years probably.
That's the decision that Timber Creek makes.
Timber Creek's made a decision. Is that right? They're asking for this at this
They're
time.
asking for it, and from what they've asked for at this time, we're not prepared to agree to one at this time.
That's all the questions.
Redirect.
Mr. Bush, earlier, Mr. Finnegan was discussing, I think right after the gross receipt and franchise tax discussion, about the pass-through. How would the PSC assessment pass through? How would that work if it was created?
I don't know how it would work. All I could do is guess how it would work based upon what some other pass-throughs I'm familiar with, something like a field adjustment clause, which is a pass-through, or a purchase gas adjustment. You know, some of the things I would notice or would think that have to be done is you'd have to everybody, all the companies already have a set amount of assessment built into the rates. So to pull that out, those are extra dollars that are in every company's rates that would have to be pulled out because the customers would already be paying that in rates. And then to pull that out, to do it on surcharge, you'd have to, they'd be double collecting. So you'd have to pull that out. So I think you'd have to have, at least 80 companies coming in for a rate case to try to ensure that you had the right amount of assessment collected. Because if you're going to pull it out, I would think that's what you'd want to do. You'd have to have a true-up at the end of the year to verify that the amounts that were collected were the amounts that were actually due to the commission. And then when you do that, you have to have a true-up audit, and true-up audits take time. You'd have to have reporting requirements for these smaller utilities to have to do. And one of the things I've learned over the last few years as the manager is, some of our small systems don't have computers. They have a hard time meeting their annual reports, doing that every year. So to add another level of complexity, I think, would make it even more challenging, would give more time for staff to have to look at this, which would push it up even more. So we'd have to have more time. So, maybe there's another way to do it, but that's how I was perceived, and that doesn't seem appealing to me.
Okay. Now, when you were discussing the contingency reserve fund, I know you gave Commissioner Gunn a list of issues or potential issues. I guess my question would be, maybe you already answered it, to explain it a little bit further and how it could affect the other utilities in the industry.
Other utilities in all industries, or?
Or in the sewer end, or all?
I think if you approve it, you'd have the Missouri Americans, the Ameren UEs would come in wanting to have contingency funds. You have all the, the smaller systems would want to part of
this. This is not responsive, and it's pure speculation as to what other utilities are going to do. This is for this company, for this rate case.
This is a question based on concerns from a question from Commissioner Gunn.
I believe Commissioner Gunn opened the door on this questioning, and I'll overrule the objection.
I think the main thing would be the concern that a lot of the other utilities, especially large utilities, would want to start having contingency funds as well. And that's something that I don't think, when we think about this, we think about the small utilities.
I think when you were discussing the collection of the contingency fund, what type of account would this have to be in?
That's one thing I think I'd have to get with our auditors about to determine what type of account it would be put in.
Would it be managed by the staff, the commission, the company?
I think that was one of the questions I had. Who would have control over those dollars? I don't know.
Further, in regards to the contingency reserve fund, how would the funds that are collected that then are invested into the company be treated? Would they be SEAC, or would they be capitalized rate base?
I think one thing that, and I know I didn't mention it, I probably should have, was that these dollars would not be dollars that would be built into the company's rate base. They would be outside of rates. So I don't know if that'd be SEAC or what the appropriate term would be, but it definitely wouldn't be dollars that would build rate base for the company, and ultimately would not be beneficial to the company's long-term health if they didn't do their own investment.
I don't have any further redirect. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much for your testimony, Mr. Bush. We're on autopilot here. I don't have to tell anybody to call their witnesses or anything.
I'm the last one. Well, I don't know about that, but still last.
I believe we're up to, let's start with exhibit number 22.
22 would be direct testimony of Ted Robertson, 23 rebuttal, and 24 rebuttal.
And Mr. Robinson, if you'd please raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you. And you may proceed, Ms. Baker.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record and spell it, please.
Ted Robertson, TEDROBERTSON.
Could you state who you are employed by and in what capacity?
I'm employed by the Missouri Office of the Public Counsel as the Chief Public Utility Accountant.
And are you the same Ted Robertson who prepared and filed direct testimony, rebuttal testimony, and rebuttal testimony in this case?
Yes, I am.
And this testimony was prepared by you?
It was.
And is this testimony correct and true as far as you know, or do you have corrections to it today?
I have no corrections.
And if you were asked the same questions, would you have substantially the same answers today?
Yes, I would.
And are these answers true and accurate to the best of your belief?
Yes, they are.
I will offer exhibits 22, 23, and 24, and tender the witness.
Are there any objections to the offering of exhibits 22, 23, and 24?
No objection.
Hearing none, they will be admitted and received into the record, and cross-examination will begin with staff.
Good afternoon, Mr. Robertson.
Good afternoon.
Can you please tell me how you deemed Mr. Sherry to be an entry-level general manager?
By the fact that he has been employed with the utility for approximately 3 years.
So, did you base it on any of his prior work experience?
There was a discussion that he was an engineer and executive director for the Johnson County Wastewater, but that was the extent. There was no detail in what those positions entailed.
Now, can I have you turn to page 6 of your rebuttal testimony?
Say again.
Page 6.
Rebuttal?
Yes.
Okay.
And then in lines 12 through 15, you are comparing unionized job activities to non-unionized jobs. So is it your opinion that union members should be paid or compensated more than non-union members?
It's my experience that unionized jobs, particularly in metropolitan areas, the wages or salaries, actually wages, are usually higher, yes.
Do you believe that to be fair? I mean, just because you don't join a union, should you not be compensated at a higher level because you didn't have a collective bargaining agreement to establish your salary?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
So do you think that's fair because you're a non-union member that you shouldn't be compensated the same as a union member because you don't have a collective bargaining agreement to protect your wages?
I don't have an answer to that. I don't know whether it's fair or not.
In your opinion, do you think somebody who's not a member of a union should automatically be paid less than a member of a union?
Do I think they should automatically be paid less?
Yes.
In my opinion, no.
I don't have any other questions.
Cross-examination, Timber Creek.
All right. Following up on that question there on page 6 of your rebuttal testimony, just that same thing I think you asked about. In fact, you say, in fact, some of the line 12, page 6, Some of the merit payroll information likely includes unionized jobs and activities, which I believe usually includes pay raises that exceed similar non-unionized job and activity pay rates. That's pretty much speculation, isn't it?
I consider my opinion based on my knowledge of looking at union pay rates versus non-unionized pay rates in the 20 years I've worked in this industry.
But you're saying the merit payroll information likely includes unionized jobs. How sure is that? How likely is that?
I believe that's fairly likely. The Department of Economic Development, the Merrick survey, looks at all size companies, union and non-union. So it likely includes unionized jobs.
But you don't know how many unionized jobs are considered in each of these.
We looked at the aggregated data of the survey, not the individual items.
So you looked at the merit.
Excuse me, Mr. Finnegan?
Yes.
Could I get you? Yes, thank you.
Okay.
You're
So you
reading
looked
my
at
mind now.
I'm sorry. You looked at the Merrick statistics, whatever we call these. And I assume that there's quite a substantial number of positions that are covered under this.
There is.
And you picked out 4 positions that you thought were close to what these positions would be.
Actually, I initially started with Mr. Sherry's representation of what the company was requesting, and looked in the categories that he was basing his salaries on. And since his data was from the 2007 Merrick, I looked at the 2009, which was more current.
Okay. And you provided work papers, did you not, to show that what you looked at?
It's discussed in my testimony.
I get some exhibits.
Be marked as Exhibit 25 and 26.
Yeah.
Why don't we start with the occupational employment statistics? OES May 2009 is 25, and the table marked with T. Robinson at the top is 26.
I hand you what's been marked Exhibit 25, Mr. Robertson. And is that some of the work papers that you provided for 4 positions?
Yes, I believe it is.
Okay. And let me hand you what's been marked Exhibit 26. Can you identify that?
This is the first time I've seen this. This is
From your work papers.
okay.
It appears to be a summary of.
Yeah, let me just give me a second here. Yes, I think that's what it is. It's a summary of this data, these MERC, MERIC amounts, and then the amounts that we recommend.
Now, looking at Exhibit 25.
Yes.
The first page, you've got the general and operations managers.
Okay.
And my understanding is from this, you looked at the mean for Kansas City, the mean, the entry, the experienced, and the median incomes, and you determined the entry level was the most proper one for Mr. Sherry?
I did.
Have you heard Mr. Sherry testify today? Did you not have his experiences?
I did.
And you still say he's inexperienced?
As the executive officer of a utility company, yes, particularly this utility company.
3 years is not enough to get experience?
I think it is, and I took the entry level and I adjusted that for wage increases over that 3-year period, yes.
And the fact that he's been an officer of this company since 1995 and been involved in the board of directors with us?
That's correct, and you also have to, other factors play into that, the size of the company. You're looking at a 1,500 customer company with 4 employees, counting Mr. Sherry. It's not exactly a large entity.
But this entity has to provide the same sewer service that a large entity does it not?
That's the basic premise.
And it has to provide it as economically and efficiently as it can.
That's the basic premise also.
A lot of that falls on the operation manager.
I'm sorry?
A lot of that falls on a general manager, does it not?
It does.
So if you were to say, well, he was experienced, then it's $121,389 to start with, right?
First off, you have to look at what those dollars represent. As I said in my testimony, there are various size companies, some large, some small, some unionized, some not. Those dollars are maybe starting points to look at and trying to find a market rate for the position. But just by picking out and saying the experienced amounts, the amounts you should put in for this small utility, I don't believe is valid.
Okay. And that's in your opinion?
That's my professional opinion, yes.
Okay, on the second page of Exhibit 25, we have office and administrative support occupations. And this is what you use for the office manager?
It is.
Are you familiar with what the office manager's duties are?
I have read the information that was provided by Mr. Sherry. I believe it's also attached to Mr. Pringer's testimony. The reason I use this position is because the information that Mr. Sherry relied on was for a secretary and not for an office administrator. And so I was trying to find a more a position that was more representative of what the employee held.
Did you see Mr. Sherry's office manager proposed salary in his testimony?
Okay, now we're talking about the office manager versus. Okay, go ahead. Say it again.
There's only one.
Right, you're right. I misunderstood what you're saying.
Only one person, the office manager.
I was thinking of the operations,
the
operational manager. Go ahead. Your question.
I'm talking about the office manager.
Okay.
Wouldn't there be one of these occupational employment statistics for office managers?
Actually, if you look through, now this, what you provided here and what I provided in the work paper is just a summary, just a title for that position, but in the category of office help, there's a whole listing of different types of positions, and there's a great number of them for different types of office positions, and there was not a position that is specifically named as that category.
Well, you said you looked at Mr. Pringer's listing of what the office manager's duties were.
Yes.
And I think it's contained on page 11 of his Exhibit 8. It's his direct testimony. And it tells you what the office manager's duties are, job duties are.
Okay.
Office and administrative support could be just a clerk, couldn't it be?
I don't think so. Not at the range of salary that it's at. If it is, it could be a possibility of clerk on low end, or it could be the administrative secretary, as described by the job position in Mr. Pringer's testimony. I would admit that this is not probably the best position, but out of the data that we were able to find, this was probably the best position we could find.
Well, it has no description of what an office and administrative support occupation is there?
No, it does not.
Whereas the other 4 that you utilize do have some kind of description of what these people might be doing. And if you could, is that correct?
Just 1 second, please. That is correct.
Looking at the 4th page, the water and liquid waste treatment plant and system operator. I'm assuming you're comparing this to the position and system collection, the collection system operator.
The assistant system operator, yes.
And have you looked at the duties of the plant and collection system operator as set forth in Mr. Pringer's testimony?
As I said, I have read all those for all the positions.
And it seems like there's a lot more duties involved than just sitting there and looking at a control board.
Well, and this description says control boards, but it also says to operate and control the entire process or system of machines.
A system of machines.
Yeah, well, pumps are machines.
Pumps?
Wastewater treatment facilities are machines. It's machinery.
There's quite a few pumps in the system, aren't there?
There are usually a number, yes. But it is machinery, yes.
And there's some wastewater treatment facilities that are also involved in this?
It is a mechanized process, there's no doubt. Biological also.
Let's see what it says. On page 10 of Mr. Pringer's testimony, it says assistant operator's job description. There's a full list of things he does. Starting on at line 9 of page 10, carrying over to line 3 of page 11. Is that correct?
Do you want me to go there?
I just want you to look at it. Yeah.
Okay. Which is this? Is rebuttal again?
No, isn't it direct?
Okay, just 1 second. And the page number?
Page 10 and 11.
Okay.
Seems like there's a lot more duties here than operator control the system of machines. But this is the one that you chose, correct?
I did choose this. In addition to this, I also went out and looked for other substantiating evidence, in which case I found a job offer, a job advertisement from the city of Kansas City for a similar position, and approximately the same wage rate, annual salary rate. So yes.
Do you know if that job was taken?
At the time I put it in testimony, it was currently open.
Now, if you would turn to page 12 for the position of general manager.
Are we still in Pringer's testimony?
On Pringer's testimony. Starting on line 5, going to line 14 on page 14 is a list of the general manager's duties for this company.
I'm sorry, where are we at now?
Sorry, page 12, starting on page 12.
Okay.
General manager.
All right.
It's quite a list of items that the general manager does for this company, isn't that correct?
According to the information Mr. Sherry provided, yes.
And wouldn't it take an experienced person to do this kind of work?
He does have experience.
He does, doesn't he?
3 years worth.
With this company?
Yes.
Before that, he was a consultant for the company. Before that, he was with the Johnson County Wastewater for 15 years. A number of years. When is it enough experience for you to be satisfied?
I am satisfied. That's the reason I put in the rate of, for him, of approximately $53,000 a year to run a company of 1,500 customers.
Based on an entry level.
And 3 additional employees.
Based on an entry level.
No. Started entry level, yep. Increased for cost of living through the 3 years he's been there. Yes. I think that $53,000 a year is fairly sufficient for a company this size. And I've provided sufficient information from Merrick and actually job offerings in the city of Kansas City that's substantiated.
Did you provide a job offering for the general manager in Kansas City?
I believe so.
The general manager?
Oh, no, not for the general manager. I'm sorry. You're right. You're correct. Yeah, not for the general manager.
And if you look at pages 14 and 15 of Mr. Pringer's direct testimony, where it lists the job duties of the plant manager. And you've determined that the plant manager is a first-line supervisor or manager of production, and whatever else it says, and, based on page 3 of your schedule of Exhibit 25.
Yes.
There was no position of plant manager that was in this thing that you could have referred to?
I'll have to go through and look again. I don't recall seeing a plant manager that fit the category as well as what the employee of the company is.
So you selected these 4 out of a list of how many?
Oh, there's a bunch for the individual.
Hundreds?
Well, there's probably in that category probably close to 100 different job classifications, yes.
And there's some that may also you could have selected instead of the ones you did?
That's a possibility, but I'd say this was the best fit from the job categories that were listed in the study.
Okay. With respect to Exhibit 26, basically this is just your breakdown from Exhibit 25, am I correct?
That's true. What it is, and what threw me when you first showed it to me is I'm used to seeing it in an Excel file.
Oh.
All it is just shows the exhibit 25 data, and I put it in an Excel file to show what the different amounts were, and then what public counsel recommended.
Now, you work for the Office of Public Counsel, right?
That's correct.
And you're not working for a utility or anything like that at this point?
I think that would be a conflict of interest.
Do you think perhaps that if the commission were to reduce the salaries for these employees as you propose, that there might not be these employees here anymore, or at least some of them may go elsewhere to greener pastures?
Well, Mr. Sherry has threatened that at a time or two. The other employees, I don't know. But my position is, and my job is, to go out and see what the market rates for these type of positions would be. After doing that, I made recommendations to the commission. What happens after that, whether the commission accepts those amounts, or salaries or not, that becomes what the company has to deal with. But right now, I think the company is paying excessive rates to their employees.
Based on your opinion?
Well, apparently staff agrees, at least with me on the operations manager, that he's at the very high end of what they believe the rate should be too.
He is, but they still recommended a 3% increase for his salary, didn't they?
Well, what staff did is they took the company's current payroll, which I believe is inflated, And for him, they bumped him up by 3%, which they also did for the, I believe the office manager, Mr. Sherry. They bumped it up for 6%, and then of course they did with the assistant operator. They worked around and included some overtime for him. So that's how they developed their calculation of what they believe the annualized salary should be.
And you don't agree with the staff?
I don't. I think the basis, their basic premise of starting with the current salaries and then adjusting upward should not have been done, because I think the basic salaries, the current salaries, are inflated.
And do you know the reputation of this company as far as being an excellent sewer company?
Having met Mr. Sherry and talked with him the last couple of years, and also his father and his brother, I believe they tried to do a very good job. But that still has nothing to do with the fact of what the market rate for the salary should be.
And if these people were to leave there and someone else come in, you may not know what you're going to have, would you?
Well, I mean, that happens everywhere. I presume somewhere down the line I'll be gone and somebody else will take my place. Maybe they'll be better.
I think that's all the questions I have. I would like to offer Exhibit 25 and 26.
Any objections to the offering of Exhibits 25 and 26?
No.
Hearing none, they shall be received and admitted into the record. Questions from the bench from Mr. Robertson. Commissioner Jarrett.
Morning, afternoon, Mr. Robertson.
Afternoon to you.
I just had one question. Did you take a position?
Yes.
Did you take a position on the timesheet issue?
I did. Yes, I did.
And what is that?
My position is that the company should be doing timesheets. I think that the Commission-approved Uniform System of Accounts requires them to. In addition, not only to requiring them to, I just think it's good business practice. Most companies of any size with any number of employees, and particularly the way this company is growing, needs to have as many management controls as they possibly can to help them manage that growth and see what they're actually doing. And without the controls, the recording of the information, management's going to have a real hard time knowing what really went on in the company. I mean, they're going to sit there and say, well, there's only 4 of us, we can track it. But my memory's only as good as probably last month, if that much. You know, so what happened 6 months down the road or a year and a half down the road without documentation? The more documentation, the better. And I'm not talking about burdensome documentation. Timesheet. We all fill out timesheets in our office, and I think staff does too. It's a matter of a few minutes, a day, a week, or whatever. So.
All right, that's the only question I had. Thanks, Mr. Robertson.
Sure.
Commissioner Gunn.
Yeah, I just have a couple. Just to be clear, so you're actually recommending a reduction in some of the salaries from where they were set previously?
Yes.
And those were set in the last rate case?
Per stipulation agreement, there was a stipulation agreement in the last case.
Right. Now, was OPC a signature to that stipulation agreement?
Honestly, I don't remember. I think we did sign on, but I'm not sure.
I can check that.
I'd have to double check also.
Okay.
I was involved in it, but I just don't remember specifically.
I can look that up. It's not a problem. I'm not gonna ask you to list the conditions, any conditions. Let me put it this way: are there any circumstances under which you would be comfortable with, and we'll put aside legal authority, and we'll put aside how it relates to other utilities, but in this particular case, are there any conditions under which you would be comfortable with a contingency fee or a contingency fund being set up? You don't have to list what those conditions are. I'm just asking, are you potentially comfortable with it, or are there under no circumstances you believe that it would be appropriate?
I can answer that fairly quickly. I won't have to be around the bush, and no pun intended. No, there's no way it's going to happen that we could become comfortable in this case doing that. And well, let me tell you one of the major reasons. it has not been proven that this company even needs a contingency fund. I mean, there are probably small utilities out there that don't have the financial wherewithal to come up with repair money to make a repair on a pump or failure or something like that. For this company, that's not been proven. I mean, that would be the starting point, and we haven't even crossed that threshold yet.
Okay, fair point. I appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything further.
Recross after questions from the bench, starting with staff.
I don't have any. Thank you.
Timber Creek.
Just one question. You just indicated you didn't think this company's proven that a contingency fund was needed. Did you prepare any testimony on that, or did you ask any data requests to the company or anything else on that question?
Did I ask a data request on whether the company needs the money?
Yeah.
Not specifically a data request, no. I looked at the company's financials, and O&M expense has been analyzed in the case, and the company didn't challenge it. So apparently the company also believes it became part of the stipulation that the O&M expenses, as determined by the parties, is okay with the company. The purpose of the contingency fund, as I understand it, was to provide the company with a source of funds in the event some operation failed quickly, and so they could take the money and repair it. That's what an annualized O&M expense does. So
this is for extraordinary and emergency.
That's what I just said.
Yeah. Oh, it is.
Well, I thought that's what I just said.
Well, you said there's a level for repairs in the cost of service.
Okay.
But that doesn't necessarily include anything emergency-wise.
Doesn't exclude it either.
It doesn't necessarily include it either, does it? You don't know what was in that particular year.
If you put a level of annualized O&M expense in, and the parties agree to it, and this commission authorizes it, that is the appropriate amount.
Are you familiar with Section 393-270.5?
You may have to read that to me. I don't have it memorized.
Well, you had it in your testimony, but I think you called it point 4.
Perhaps you can point to me in my testimony, and I'll look at it.
Well, that's a hurry to find it right here, but I'll look for it.
So I can look at what the content was used at.
Yep, I found it. Page 31 of your Exhibit 23, your rebuttal testimony.
Page again?
31.
31.
Starting on line A11. Okay, here's the answer.
Perhaps I need to change that to 0.5, huh?
Yeah, it is the same language. And I think you had this issue, or this in here because of single issue rate making. But, the next issue that you go on to is contingency emergency repair fund. And this statute appears to say that the commission is setting rates, in addition to considering all relevant facts, an average return upon the value of the property actually used for public service, and to the necessity of making reservations out of income for surplus and contingencies. And this appears to say the commission has authority to make, or should make reservations out of income for surplus and contingencies. Do you agree with that?
What are you asking me?
I'm asking if you agree with that.
Agree with what? What the language says?
This language says that the commission should, in the rate case, to consider the necessity of making reservations out of income for surplus and contingencies.
And the language says what it says. My belief of what it means may be different from what you think it means.
Okay. You're not a lawyer, so.
And there you go. I was going to state that, but.
And you're probably happy you're not one.
I don't know. Sometimes I wish I was. But I was going to qualify that. I'm not an attorney. It's just my opinion.
That's all the questions I have.
Right, read your ad, Ms. Baker.
Could you explain what the Merrick data is and where it comes from?
It's my understanding the Department of Economic Development goes out and does a survey at least annually, perhaps even more, and does a salary wage type survey in different geographical regions of the state. They have it separated into many geographic regions, and the reason for that is because there are salary or wage rate differences between the different regions, rural versus metropolitan or whatever. They send out questionnaires, as I understand that they send out questionnaires, ask the companies to respond to them what wage rates are for different positions within the companies. They take the information and aggregate it according to what those described positions are, or how the positions are defined.
Could you explain a little bit about your delineation about union versus non-union in your testimony?
The point I was making there was that when you look at the headings of the summary data for an individual position, you have where it says the mean, the median, the entry level, the experience level. That's an amalgamation of all the positions that were responded to in the survey. And within those positions, there are many different sized companies that respond to it. And those many different sized companies of that, some of them are probably unionized versus ununionized. And it's been my experience that the unionized companies usually have higher wage rates. And then when you get to larger companies, even the larger companies, their executives usually have higher salaries for a larger company. For example, if you're looking at Ameren or somebody like that, or even KCPL, certainly the salaries for their executives are far higher than they would be for a utility with 1,500 customers, a small company, very small company.
Can you explain the steps that you took in evaluating the different job descriptions and how you came up with your position?
Well, unlike staff in the company, which had dollar amounts and then tried to go out and find information to support it.
I'm going to sorry, I guess I can't touch that. Sorry. Sorry. I apologize.
It's fine. What I tried to do was go out and what, in my analysis, to find information, supporting information in the market for what the wage and salary rates would be for the positions at the utility. We use the Merrick database a lot simply because we found it to be fairly reliable and often very close in what the rates are being earned by the individuals in the different geographic areas. From that, I was able to identify 4 positions, which I thought, based on the information that was available, was fairly close to the type of positions that are held by the people at the utility, by the employees there. I then went looking for additional information to support that, and I was able to find some information for the plant manager position by the job advertisement with the city of Kansas City. The wage that was proposed for an employee that held exactly the same licensing that this utility's employee had, and it was very close. It was within a couple $1,000s on an annual basis. For the office manager, Mr. Finnegan is correct. There was no position that specifically described her title as her title is listed. So I chose a position that was fairly close to it, which I thought was more close to it than what Mr. Sherry had done, since he had based his on what he called an executive secretary, which I think did not fit at all. Use that for the assistant manager or the assistant operator. I thought the first line operator that was found in Merrick was very close for the type of position that this person held. In addition, we've also used that position in other utility cases to set up or try to develop annual salaries for employees in those various other cases. With that, I looked at the information. I then looked at how long these folks have been employed, what their experience level was, and of course, once you did that, it became a bit subjective. But the idea was to find the market information, and then from that, try to better define a recommendation for the commission. And that's what I did. Commission can look at the market data that I looked at, and then they can look at my recommendation and determine whether it's reasonable or not. But essentially, the idea was first find out what the market range is for those employees. And then we made that recommendation based on the experience level, as I did also for the general manager.
And each of those were based on job descriptions that were given to you by the company.
Those job descriptions that Mr. Finnegan was referring to a few moments ago were provided by Mr. Sherry to, I believe, to a staff data request, and I believe Mr. Pranger also has them in his testimony schedules.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Robertson, for your testimony. I believe that concludes our witness list. We have a few housekeeping matters to take up. Before I go into those, is there any other matters that you all need to bring to my attention? Right, we currently have a schedule set to expedite the transcripts so that they will be available Monday, January 10th for briefs and proposed findings of fact and conclusion of law to be filed on February 4th. And Ms. Ott, I believe I asked you to get an affidavit for a late filed exhibit explaining a portion of the capital structure and staff's accounting schedules earlier. If that could be filed by January 14th, next Friday, is that possible? Or would you need more time?
I believe so. I'm not sure of Ms. Atkinson's staff demands right now, but if it's going to be a problem, I will file something indicating that.
All right, very good. Are there any other matters we need to take up at this time? Well, hearing none, the evidentiary hearing and file number SR-2010-0320 is hereby adjourned. I thank you all very much.
Thank you.